Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the auction. That's right, Lakewood have Hatzolah. They have their annual auction. We're calling it the auction because when you have an organization as big as Hatzolah, known as the organization, you need an event such as the auction. That's pretty much what you have to do. We are going to have an amazing evening for you. We have some great interviews. We have some inspiring stories. We have some doctors. We have some city officials. And, of course, we have some amazing music. Kicking off tonight's event, we have a local from Lakewood, rather two locals, Yossi Greenzweig, who does amazing music. He's played at many events, concerts. You can see him at a wedding any night in Lakewood. And, of course, one of my local neighbors, a neighboring development, definitely. Up-and-coming singer. You've seen many of his clips. He has hundreds of thousands of hits on YouTube. Please give it up for Uri Davidi, accompanied by Yossi Greenzweig.
לפעמים מרגישים שהחיים כל כך קשים, מה יהיה עוד יום עוד שנה, אבל אני מחייך, לא דואג להמשך, כי יש לי אמונה. אוי, לפעמים מרגישים שהחיים כל כך קשים, מה יהיה עוד יום עוד שנה, אבל אני מחייך, לא דואג להמשך, כי יש לי אמונה. אני מאמין בניסים, אני יודע שיש אלוקים, והוא בורא עולם, הכוח של כולם, שומע את קולי, אני מאמין בניסים, אני יודע שיש אלוקים, והוא בורא עולם, הכוח של כולם, ישלח לי את הנס, ישלח לי את הנס שלי. תן חיוך בן אדם, יש ניסים כל הזמן, לא לכל הכל לטובה, אסור לך להתייאש, רק תמשיך לבקש, תשמור את התקווה. תן חיוך בן אדם, יש ניסים כל הזמן, לא לכל הכל לטובה, אסור לך להתייאש, רק תמשיך לבקש, תשמור את התקווה. שומע את קולי, אני מאמין בניסים, אני יודע שיש אלוקים, והוא בורא עולם, הכוח של כולם, ישלח לי את הנס, ישלח לי את הנס שלי. לכולם, ישלח לי את הנס, ישלח לי את הנס שלי.
Thank you very much, Uri Davidi, Yossi Greenswag. Amazing. What a great song to start off with, an inspiring song. Song about Nisim, Naces, Nisim, things going on every day. And that's what Hatzolah is about. I wanted to tell you guys how to donate tonight, very importantly. First of all, LakewoodHatzolah.com. And of course, you can call us 732-363-5600. 732-363-5600. Call now. This is important. This is something that saves lives literally several times a day. We are streaming right now on the LakewoodScoop.com, Kobarama 107.9 FM Lakewood, Matzav.com, the YeshivaWorld.com, Gruntig.net, and the FNW hotline, which number is 732-551-3351. I wanted to introduce to you guys one of my co-hosts of the evening. He flew in all the way from L.A., but he happens to have been in Lakewood earlier. He happens to be a very inspiring person. I've watched several of his clips over the last couple of days, if not the last couple of months. His name is Rabbi Yoel Gold. He's a Rebbe of a shul, a 9th grade Rebbe, and he started this amazing website called InspirationalClips.com, where he features inspirational videos to help people get through their day or just when somebody needs a pick-me-up. Ladies and gentlemen, Rabbi Yoel Gold, Shalom Aleichem.
Wow, thank you so much, Yossi. That was a very warm introduction. I got to tell you, it's such an honor to be here from LA to support Hatzolah organization. We did the Hatzolah video this year.
That's right.
I got to tell you, I got to meet some of the members, and a lot of the members that I met have one thing in common. They are selfless, dedicated, completely committed to the cause. It's unbelievable. So it's a real honor to be here tonight, and also it's an honor to be here with you, Yossi. Yossi is a person who is well-known, well-renowned for his radio show, for the carpool karaoke he does with stars, and it's such an honor to spend the evening with you, Yossi. Thank you.
I'm just an entertainment guy. You're the inspiration behind everything,
Well,
and that's definitely what's important.
I got to tell you something about the videos. The reason why I started doing the videos is because the attention span today is so short.
Yeah.
The average attention span is 12 seconds. You have 12 seconds to grab the viewer's attention, and that's why we needed to start these video clips that's entertaining, that's informative, and that's inspiring, and it's true, authentic stories. And by the way, Hatzolah understands this better than anybody else. That's why we have a full program of highlights tonight.
That's right.
And we're starting soon with children's Q&A with Hatzolah members.
That's right.
Children are submitting questions to Hatzolah members, and it's very interesting. Stay tuned.
And Captain and soon-to-be Chief of Lakewood Police, Gregory Meyer, will be joining us a little bit later in the show.
That's incredible. And we have the unbelievable, renowned, famous, incredibly talented David Gabay, who's going to come up soon and sing some songs.
Gabay.
Yes.
It's not an easy name to pronounce, but I've known him for a long time, and I got through it really quickly. We're friends. I visit him every Purim. David Gabay. A Lakewood alum. He's been living here for several years.
Gabay, by the way, is a Gabay Vishul.
Oh,
someone who is,
maybe.
So I like the ring of Gabay. Okay, but it's Gabay. Okay, thank you.
Right. We wanted to mention, you said that the average person has attention span of what, 15
seconds?
12 seconds. Okay. So in 12 seconds, let's see if we can go through these packages in order to get people's attention.
Absolutely.
First of all, there's the dispatcher package. $54 buys you $75 worth of tickets.
The EMT is $100 buys. For $100, you can buy $200 worth.
We have the paramedic, $180 buys $400. That's more than double.
Wow, it's incredible. The captain, $250 buys $600 is a $600 value.
And finally, the lifesaver, $500 buys $1,250 of tickets.
That's
Your
truly
12
incredible.
seconds are up. So what are you waiting for? Pick up
That's
the
right.
phone. Call Hatzolah, 732-363-5600, LakewoodHatzolah.com. We're going to be here the next 4 hours. We're going to be entertaining you and inspiring you, but the point of this whole thing is to raise funds for Lakewood Hatzolah.
And we have also the true Hatzolah experiences. We're going to watch this year's video. We're going to hear live from some of the people who were saved by Hatzolah. Stick around for that. That should be very interesting.
So, Rabbi Yoel, we have a lot of people to thank for tonight. I don't know if you're aware of how many people it takes to put a night like this together and to help Hatzolah throughout the years.
Well, I got to tell you, first of all, I met with Rabbi Avram Waxman. I sat with him 2 o'clock in the morning sometimes. He spends day and night ensuring Hatzolah has all they need to continue their life-saving work. As Director of Development, he's responsible for Hatzolah's $1.5 million budget, and that's
million.
incredible responsibility.
Could you imagine if we had to raise 1.5 million tonight?
I can't even imagine 100. Yeah, that would be incredible.
Yeah,
the entire
definitely would.
year is right.
That would make news headlines everywhere.
Absolutely, and we're hoping, we're aiming high. And
Definitely.
the ever-growing expansion needed for the infrastructure to support Lakewood's growing community, the success of this campaign and the merit of every life Hatzolah saves is all thanks to Rabbi Waxman.
It's amazing. We also want to thank Mrs. Chedva Hershkowitz of CH Productions, the coordinator of tonight's event and the auction. Her selflessness, dedication to Hatzolah is what made this event the success that it is already, and it will continue to be for the next 3.5 hours.
Unbelievable. Thank you, Mrs. Chedva. The behind-the-scenes staff that made tonight a success. Mrs. Girardi, our patient and devoted secretary, and the entire Girardi family. Mrs. Ellenbogen, coordinator of Hatzolah's medical directory and special events. Mrs. Batya Zohar, for tirelessly entering all the web orders. Yaakov Stefanski and crew for all the live advertisements, driving the rig all over town for the past 3 weeks to prepare us for this event.
That's true. And we also want to thank the women who took the ticket orders, Mrs. Chaya Sarah Ungarischer, Mrs. Blimi Mashinsky, and of course, Mrs. Callie Katz.
And of course, Shalom Hirsch of SMY Consulting for constantly overseeing all the technical details of Hatzolah's daily operations. Rabbi Tursky, Hatzolah administrator, for always making sure everything Hatzolah does is perfect. And of course, the marketing director, Shmuley Rosenberg, and the FWD NYC for producing and running this entire campaign so beautifully and so smoothly. Yay, Shmuley. Excellent job.
We also want to thank the following businesses: Supreme Flooring, Gourmet Glatt, Benjamin Goldfisher, and Allstate Insurance, and of course, HomeClick. Why don't you do the last one?
Thank you so much. And thank you to all the devoted members who make Hatzolah the amazing organization that it is, and their wives and families for their constant serious nefesh, and of course the talented Yossi Zweig for joining us tonight. And we look forward to spending the evening together and enjoy.
Well, I only had to drive 10 minutes. You had to fly for 5.5 hours. We want to thank some of our sponsors as well: United Healthcare, Friends of Hatzolah, and the entire Lakewood community who are always there when we need it.
And of course, Robert Wood Johnson, Barnabas Health Systems for their continued support of Hatzolah's activities. Sorry. Barnabas.
You can tell we both went to yeshiva, huh?
That's right.
Okay,
That's right. I think our viewers appreciate that.
Riverside Abstract, the leading force and model of communal dedication.
And the Lakewood Scoop is always there when needed and goes beyond the call of duty to help Hatzolah's mission. Thank you.
That's right, Mr. Hausenfeld. We appreciate everything you do. We also want to thank our corporate sponsors this evening: Investor Bank, Creative EMS, the Lakewood Courtyard, Harmony Bank, IDT Tech. Why don't you do some, y'all?
FoodX, Toys for You, AMI, Maternal Resources, Remote Central, Leisure Chateau,
Dubin Contracting, the Rothberg Law Firm, Perfect Stucco, Prime Insurance, Fulton Bank, and to end it all off,
First Priority, Kunstlinger Law Firm, Kosher West, Supreme Flooring, Gourmet Glatt, of course, Benjamin Goldfisher from Allstate Insurance, HomeClick, and of course,
thank you to all of our devoted members who help make Hatzolah the amazing organization that it is, and their wives and their family, because as you know, when there's a member of Hatzolah in a family, it's Hatzolah family. So, Rabbi Yoel Gold, what can you tell us about Hatzolah?
I got to tell you,
your experiences with them.
I got to tell you, first of all, I appreciate so much Hatzolah all over the world, especially in Lakewood. I remember when my wife and I moved to Manchester, England, and I went shopping to IKEA with my wife, and my wife turns to me suddenly and she says, Yoel, I think our little 2-year-old, Shmuley, at the time, says he looks very, very bad. He looks a little blue and palish. And, women notice things that men never notice. I look at my son, I say, okay, whatever it is, what should we do? And before we know it, my son passes out in the middle of IKEA in Manchester, England. And we start yelling and screaming, help, help, help. And I tell you, people just looked at us like we're weird and strange, and nobody came over to help. And finally, after 3 minutes, my son is laying there passed out. My wife holds him in her arms, and somebody came over and helped us and did some CPR, and it turned out it was a Jew. I experienced the panic when nobody comes right away and helps. And Hatzolah, amazingly, always is there to answer your call. And tonight we ask of you to please answer our call and help us help you. So to donate, don't forget LakewoodHatzolah.com. Call 732-363-5600. Please don't take Hatzolah for granted. We're always there for you to answer your call. We ask you again, please. LakewoodHatzolah.com. Pick up the phone now. Call 732-363-5600. Okay, so first of all, we'd like to welcome the one and only David Gabay is with us. Gabay, sorry about that.
Gabay, whatever pays the bills.
Whatever pays the bills.
I think will work, you know what I
David
mean?
is such an easygoing guy. I'm a big fan. So David Gabay is with us, and we are here with Rabbi Twersky, Director of Operations. We have Surly Fried, longtime dispatcher for Hatzolah. Welcome, and we have Yisrael Meir Shapiro, a longtime veteran Hatzolah member. It's an honor to have all of you with us. Right now, we are going to repeat some of the questions we received from children all over Lakewood who are curious and want to know more about Hatzolah. So, first of all, David, take it away.
All right, I mean, as soon as I saw these questions, I was really floored, and I have some relationships with, I think all three of you. We've met in town, maybe in a bagel store, a coffee shop, here and there. So, the Lakewood community appreciates your work, and needless to say, it's a vital organization. And you guys gotta call in and donate right away. So here we have some questions. Some kids and adults as well have sent in their questions, and a lot of people aren't familiar with the operations on a day-to-day with Hatzolah. Can you tell us how many ambulances does Hatzolah have on their fleet right now?
We currently have 8 ambulances in buildings and other remote places around town. We have one of the ambulances are actually a paramedic ambulance. We also have a paramedic Suburban that has the paramedic equipment in it. And we have an extrication vehicle downstairs. I believe we might be the only Hatzolah organization that actually does the extrication as well. If somebody's trapped in the car, we have the tools. We also have some of our members that are trained in vehicle extrication to cut up the car and get the patient or patients out.
And are these long-term ambulances? How long does an ambulance, any given ambulance, last?
So, ideally, we like to replace the ambulances every 4 to 5 years. Due to a lack of funds, they might be replaced more like every 10 years. But ambulances last at about every 4 to 5 years. They should be replaced. Especially, we do transports out of town. Most of our transfers go out of town, whether they go to Jersey Shore or Monmouth, or we have a lot of transfers going to CHOP as well. So we put on a lot of mileage and wear and tear on the ambulances. So they should be replaced like every 4 to 5 years.
It's incredible what you're saying, Rabbi Twersky, because the half-life of the technology and the equipment you have in the ambulances is so short, and that's why it's so vital for us to be able to replenish the budget, to be able to purchase new ones. Please visit LakewoodHatzolah.com. Call 732-363-5600 right now. If you don't do it now, it's not going to get done. Call now, so help us to help you faster and better.
It's an emergency.
It is an emergency, David. It really is.
100%.
I have to ask, the longtime dispatcher, Surly Fried. Let me ask you like this. You dispatch people. So could you tell us what's the difference between a member's equipment and the one in the ambulance? And when do you dispatch a member and when do you dispatch an ambulance?
Well, obviously, depending on the nature of the call, whether it's a more minor call, we just send members direct, and we won't necessarily send an ambulance. Obviously, if it's something more serious that we think we have to transport the patient, then we'll dispatch an ambulance as well. It depends on the severity of the call. Yeah.
And how often do the ambulances have to be restocked?
How often? I mean, after the
after a call. Yeah, depends how many calls you have.
Well, depends. Yeah, depends how many calls we have.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Depends how much you use, right?
Yeah.
Interesting.
We actually have a good team of service members who go through the ambulances at least once or twice a day and check up on it and restock it. But if they hear that there's a serious call going on, whether it's a serious trauma or an accident that needs that needs the ambulance to be cleaned right away, they'll make sure to be there right after the ambulance gets back, and they'll check up and then restock it. And the same thing goes with refueling also. We have to take the ambulance for fuel quite often because our transports are out of town. They're always at hand to help us out with that.
So every day it's checked. It's
Every
amazing.
single day.
Every single day.
Every member is actually equipped with everything that they need to address any problem they'll find when they walk through the door. But it's the ambulance that actually, once you get a patient into the ambulance in a more controlled setting many times, and if you need more advanced equipment, that's where the ambulance really comes in. And part of the reason that a big part of the budget of Hatzolah is equipping the ambulances and the members' equipment. And it's something that's constantly used. It's something that really needs to be in tip-top shape all the time. And there's an amazing team in Hatzolah, service members from the top down in Hatzolah. Everything is run. It has to run like clockwork, where everything is replaced and everything is always in tip-top shape. And it does run that way, and it costs money to keep that going.
It's, it's incredible what you're saying, because the money, I don't know if people know this, the money really goes to restock and replenish, to buy new equipment, up-to-date equipment. The members do not take a salary. They're completely selfless, devoted, committed to the cause of saving your lives out there. So we ask you, LakewoodHatzolah.com, call 732-363-5600 now.
Well, I know that, in my car, well, it depends really what car you're driving, but if it's either 3,000 miles or 5,000 miles, you go for an oil change. What is the protocol in between when the ambulance is not being used? Is there a maintenance in terms of how does that happen? Is it a regular car maintenance, or is there something special to an ambulance that may be a little bit more higher maintenance?
Yeah, so we have, I actually have a program on my computer that I keep track of all the ambulances and when they go for oil changes. And we do this religiously, whether it has been driven or not, by the date or by the amount of miles, because we don't want to end up in trouble with getting stuck somewhere. Right. So they do go in for oil changes and for maintenance, literally every 3 months.
And this obviously falls into the annual budget, as you all said, and it's...
Yes, and the same thing is with tires and brakes and everything else that can or can't go wrong, lights and sirens and everything else that's in there.
Ladies and gentlemen, just like you take your car for an oil change every 5,000 miles, wouldn't want to be stuck on the highway. We certainly wouldn't want Hatzolah to be stuck, in a time of need when we need them. We know that the sirens sometimes are blaring with noise, and sometimes there's just lights without the sirens. What's the difference between that? Is there a specific reason for that? Sometimes we see that.
Well, driving an ambulance is an entire skill in itself. You can't just
cut everybody off.
You can't just get out of your car one day and decide to hop into an ambulance and drive it. One thing we always say is before, sometimes people have questions. Why are there lights on? Why are there not the sirens, this and that? The one thing we say is do yourself a favor, do everybody a favor. Get out of the way anyway, and then you could ask all your questions later. But there are various laws and various considerations that go into how you operate the ambulance, where it's operated, and how to drive the ambulance. So there are different circumstances that require different operation of the ambulance.
There's actually a course that each and every one of our members took. It's called a CEVO course, the Certified Emergency Vehicle Operator. It's an 8-hour course that they have to go through and take a test at the end about driving a rig. Everything about driving an ambulance and operating an ambulance.
And what about all the equipment inside the ambulance? All the equipment in that, all the members know how to operate all the equipment inside the ambulance?
Absolutely.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, because there's a lot of complicated stuff in there going on. I remember Rabbi Waxman gave me a tour in those ambulances. I mean.
And you weren't ready to drive the ambulance as soon as you finished Rabbi Waxman's course?
No.
I'm surprised at you.
Yeah.
But there's obviously, you learn while you're training to become either an EMT or paramedic. You're constantly learning and updating yourself on any equipment. There's always new technology. There's new stuff that's being introduced. There are things that are being updated. So you're constantly learning and teaching yourself more and actually getting the hands-on experience as you do it. When you walk through the back of an ambulance, when you walk in the door, it does seem very, very complicated. But every member is trained to know what they're seeing and, to know how to operate each piece of equipment.
Incredible, incredible. I want to ask you this. I'm a little bit embarrassed to admit live, but I am very squeamish. Blood. I see blood and I faint. Now, I got to ask you a question like this. Any of you ever attended a call and you were scared and you didn't know how to deal with those emotions? Anything ever scare you?
Well, everybody's human.
Yeah.
Everyone is human.
Okay.
But, David could tell you, most of my experience with David Gabay is on stage doing music, But you get that feeling right before you walk on stage, but you have to get past it. And you know what you have to do, and it has to be done. You have time afterwards to say, I really should have been scared.
It's
or
amazing.
That was a little uncomfortable. But when you're going ahead,
you got to do it.
You have to do it.
If you don't do it, nobody does it.
You have to get by that.
And that's why it's so important for you to call 732-363-5600. Guys, listen. They do what they have to do, even if they're scared, even if it doesn't feel comfortable. They go to the calls and they do what needs to be done. Now we ask of you, please do for us what needs to be done to enable us to help you. LakewoodHatzolah.com, 732-363-5600.
Yeah, and I mean, you're not limited to Lakewood donations. I mean, anywhere you are, we are fully accepting donations. We are at LakewoodHatzolah.com. Once again, it's 732-363-5600. Once again, it's 732-363-5600. A lot of the Hatzolah members that we know, when you become a Hatzolah member, I'm sure you internalize it. It is who you become. Whether you're waking up at 2 o'clock in the morning to respond to a call or, whatever it may be to disrupt maybe a family barbecue. So, my question to you is, we can't picture a Hatzolah member not a Hatzolah member, but we all forget there was a time that they were not Hatzolah members, and they were pre-Hatzolah days. What made you want to join this amazing force and vital cause for the community? What was that? What sparked that?
Well, I'd like to sit here and say that ever since I'm a real young boy, that was the thing I wanted to do most with my life and everything, but it's really not true. Truthfully, it was just one day about 20 years ago. It was a tremendous snowstorm in Lakewood, 1996, I believe it was, tremendous snowstorm. And I remember sitting there and I saw an ad just discussing different things about EMT courses, Hatzolah, and I started thinking about it and realizing that if you want to do good, this is something that you could really, really do a lot serving community. Hatzolah was a much different organization back then. Right. It was much smaller, a lot less members, a lot less going on in this town in general.
Right.
And even then, I felt at the time that it was something, we want to do something for people, do something for the community. And I made the phone call, signed up for the course, and the rest is history, almost 20 years ago.
That's unbelievable.
A lot of people can't believe when they see, like you say, Hatzolah members, it becomes them. You become a Hatzolah member. And when people see a Hatzolah member either in shul sometimes or in the store or something, I mean you actually go shopping too, or you actually have another part of your life. You actually take your kids to school. I thought you get an ambulance to do that,
So let me ask a question to all of you. Don't mind me. I love stories. I know my kids love stories. I know adults love stories. So let me ask you, what is your favorite story, starting with you, what is your favorite story that you have with Hatzolah on a call?
Well, we have very interesting, from dispatching, I'm a dispatcher, so I could say that there are times we get very interesting calls, and sometimes we get very scary calls. I've had patients call in totally panicky and couldn't get a word out of them. Baruch Hashem, we had with today's technology and our systems that we have in Hatzolah, was able to get all the information off the computer, the address and everything, and just dispatch right away units to the scene. And then obviously as the call went on, we were able to figure out exactly what the severity of the call was. We get all different types of calls, from interesting calls to, more serious calls. We got all different types of calls,
Wow.
Yeah, you mentioned that people are so frantic. I think years ago I once had to call Hatzolah. It was a minor thing in the house, but I was a little bit frantic. I scrolled down my contacts so fast that I called the Hatbox instead because they were the next contact. And the guy picked up the phone, and he needless to say, he had no idea what I was calling about.
Right.
But to regain a person it can be really totally out of their normal self when they're calling, and they may not know how to
That's
get the
why we
information out.
emphasize
That's
it's
why
important. It's important that people, if they could call from their house phone, then automatically we can get the information
You
from
can
there.
track them where they
We
are.
can track them. From
Yeah,
a cell
and-
phone, it's a lot harder.
And by the way, it's good to have the number on your phones, or whatever phones it is, 732-363-5600. Otherwise, we'll have you call the hat box and we can't get to you. So call 732-363-5600. Make sure you save that number on your phone and use it now the first time to be able to donate. What's your favorite Hatzolah story?
Well, obviously, as Hatzolah members, one of the strict rules of Hatzolah is privacy. So obviously, we're not going to talk about anything that ever
No
happened.
names.
No
on any
names,
call.
no names, yeah.
No names, anonymous.
You
But we
might,
want the
you might
story.
figure it out. I have a way of telling a story.
Okay.
But suffice it to say that there are times that what you expect to see when you come through the door is not what's really happening. And sometimes for the better, and sometimes to the detriment. The call there, many times a patient will be panicky, or people will call up and the call will go out as something. That's why you really have to be ready. You have an idea what you might find, but a member always has to know that when you get into the door, it might not be at all what you think you're going to find. And I could think of some serious ones and some humorous ones along the way, but we'll speak privately.
It's
sometime.
interesting because this year's Hatzolah video, the story is that the fellow who called thought that he just had, indigestion or some heartburn, and it ended up being a full-blown heart attack. Stay tuned to watch that video here, and we have him live coming up for an interview. Rabbi Twersky, what can you share with us? What's your favorite Hatzolah story?
I would like to point out on the phone number, Hatzolah's phone number. It's very important for people to actually have it on a sticker on the back of their phone, whether it's their regular phone or their cell phone, because in time of need, most people will not be able to look up Hatzolah's phone number on their contacts in their cell phone. Going back a couple of years ago, there were two children that were run over by a car in Lakewood, and there were about 10, 15 people trying to call Hatzolah, and they all called the wrong number. Nobody had it actually written
Wow.
out. They all had it in their phones, and that's why people should actually have it on a sticker on their cell phones, or in pool areas, written out, so if they ever need it, they have it.
We all wish that we can plan out, if we ever, Chas v'sholom, need to call Hatzolah, we all wish we can plan that out, but obviously we know that's not the way it works. It happens so abruptly and like the snap of a finger. You're just put in that situation. Obviously, some of these things happen on Shabbos. Are you embarrassed to drive on Shabbos, or is that just like a no-brainer? Is that?
You know what it is? I remember the first time that I did it, obviously it was the first time that I did it, and it feels very odd. It really does. But in addition to Hatzolah members being trained in medical skills, Hatzolah members are trained also in halacha. And you have to know, many, many things come up. And we're always mindful. You never go on Shabbos. The first thing, your instinct has to be, you have to go. When you go on Shabbos, you have to go. However, we never lose sight that there are Hilchah Shabbos, and there are things that we have to know to train yourself to do the right things and to know what has to be done, what has to be done first. But of course, if it's a medical issue, and we always urge everybody, of course, if you have any thought that it is a medical on Shabbos, to call Hatzolah. You call, you go ahead and do what you have to do.
Right, that's very interesting. I wanted to go back to Rabbi Twersky for a second. Rabbi Twersky, you were saying, it's important to have that Hatzolah number on your phone. A lot of times, you mentioned as well that a lot of times a call comes in and people are frantic. People are panicking. And a lot of times, like you mentioned, when you get there, it's not as bad as you thought it would be. But when people are on the phone and they're frantic and panicky, how do you get the information out of them to make sure that you can help them until you get there?
So as part of dispatch training, they train you you have to be very calm, and you have to try to get as much information as you can get. Not always you're going to get a lot. The basic idea is try to get idea of what is going on and try to get the address and just put the call out and try to get an emergency response as soon as possible.
Right, and of course, really, it always helps when the people who are calling in, if you can be mindful of actually stating the problem. I would say recently, I can tell you from my own personal experience, when a call can go out, person calls up and says, somebody fell and has a cut. And it was a woman, and was It was an older woman who had come down the stairs in her wheelchair. So she did fall, and she did have a cut, but she was also
a lot more to that.
half dead, right? So you have to get past. It's very important that when you call Hatzolah, say it straight out. Say what the problem is. It's very important.
The age obviously is important too.
Well, I'll defer to
There's another
dispatch.
important thing that Rabbi Twersky brought up before about pools. Now in the summer, we do have a lot of times we get called by a pool, whether it's a drowning or something just minor. Kids especially, or people, counselors, they don't necessarily know the address. They just know that by Klein's pool. It's important that there should be a sign or that people should be notified whose pool they're at. So this way, if chas v'shalom there is an emergency, we can get them the help as soon as possible.
Very interesting. And again, the number is 732-363-5600. Please pick up the phone now or visit us at lakewoodhatzolah.com and make the donation now. Again, help us help you. We don't want you to wait for us. So please don't let us wait for you now when we need your help. There are some great, great prizes coming up. And the auction, HaAuction with a Haya Yediyah. Please call us 732-363-5600. Last question. The safety concerns about children getting involved with radios. You know, when I was a kid, I loved to have a radio and listen into the channel of Hatzolah and pretend like I'm a macher. Could it cause dangerous situations?
So, you know, I'm sure we have a lot of parents watching or listening and a lot of kids listening. The radios are, it's a big problem here in Lakewood. And as far as I understand, other Hatzolas have the same issue, where kids have our frequency. It happens to be that once our dispatcher starts putting out a call, these kids can pick up the radio and actually start talking on our frequency, which can prolong, which can delay patient care. And I actually witnessed a situation where a call came in for a patient in cardiac arrest, and as soon as the dispatcher started, opened the radio and started talking, kids that were actually in front of my house started talking on the radios, and it delayed the dispatcher. So what I would like to tell the parents out there, if your kid wants a radio and you're not sure of what to get and you have questions, feel free, pick up the phone, call Hatzolah office, 732-363-5600. You can ask for me. I'll try to guide you in the right direction of what's out there, what you can get, what you should stay away from, or if you could go over to any Hatzolah member and ask them, and I'm sure that they can help you out. But, you know, not buying your kid a radio that can interfere with Hatzolah is saving a life by itself.
Yeah, well, parents and children both have to know it's a matter of life and death. Seconds could be the difference. And if it has happened, and it does happen, that there's interference, and members can't communicate with each other, can't communicate with the dispatcher. Dispatcher will tell you, try to sometimes put out a call and they're being stepped on the radio. It's a real problem.
Life and death.
It's a real problem.
Very big problem.
Yes.
So this auction booklet has been going around with these mega monster prizes here. Guys, you want to weigh in? What's your
You want a credit card?
she'ifas?
You want a credit card?
What would we like to, what are we putting in our donation in for today?
Zola is a good experience, Israel. How could you go wrong with that? Right?
Yeah, huh?
There's, you know what it is? The team that put together this auction did an amazing, fantastic job. The way how professionally it was put together, and a lot of work goes into this. And if you want to ask me what I encourage all the listeners and viewers, people watching out there, to I think at least one of each prize would be a good way to start. I think.
Yeah, but I have to tell you, I've been sitting in the office today, and I believe Lakewood has a lot of good husbands out there, because all I've been hearing all day was shaitel.
Shaitel.
3
right.
in shaitel, 4 in
That's
shaitel,
right.
5 in shaitel. So
That's amazing. Give it up to the husbands of Lakewood, B'nai Torah. That's what they think about. What do you say? What is your prize?
Trip to Israel would definitely be a good thing today.
Trip to Israel.
You know what,
Amazing.
Rabbi, I think each of these can be a Hatzolah in some way, shape, or form. This, we have cash, obviously can be a Hatzolah. We have Sheitlach, and we have a trip to Eretz Yisrael. Who can't, who would deny such a prize if
Do
they
you
want
have
it?
a way to get back to LA? Because there are ways. Flights.
I got to tell you, before the auction, I already purchased my tickets.
Okay.
I'm not just sitting up here preaching. I purchased my tickets, and I hope to
I
win
could
the.
witness that one.
Yeah, I hope to win the experience to Israel and the shaitel for my wife. we'd like to thank Rabbi Twersky, Director of Operations. Invaluable information. Thank you so much, Surly Fried, longtime dispatcher for Hatzolah, and Yisrael Meir Shapiro, longtime veteran Hatzolah member. And guys, please, and David Gabay, of course, for co-hosting this segment. Please to donate, lakewoodhatzolah.com, lakewoodhatzolah.com, and call
732-363-5600. Once again, 732-363-5600.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank you.
everybody. Thank you.
On February 26th, I responded to a call to 47 Coles Way.
It was a day like any other day. Called out to my wife that I was leaving my son Zevi in the access saucer in the playroom.
And I hear my 3.5-year-old saying, "Mommy, come quick, something's in Zevi's throat." I see my 20-month-old with a big grin on her face, and my baby also with a kind of interesting grin on his face. And then the grin turns into a frown, and then the frown turns into desperate, flailing, gasping sound.
Hatzolah. Hello? Yes? My baby's choking. 47 Coles Way. 47? Yes, it's 47 Coles Way.
I was in the middle of working, and the call came over the Hatzolah radio about a child choking that was very close proximity to where I work.
The sirens are already heard down the block. Rabbi Gortzman works straight down my street. It was about 30 seconds drive. That's how fast Hatzolah came.
We turned the child over and saw a green foreign object in the child's mouth.
We tried doing the back blows and the Heimlich. We knew and realized that seconds really matter. Immediately made sure that we had paramedics responding that can bring advanced life support to the scene.
I went to contact my husband. My husband's cell phone wasn't picking up, so I come back into this dining room, and I see my children standing there, huddling in the corner. They saw Hatzolah coming. They didn't know what was going on. I said, "Davin, Zevi's very sick." So at that moment, I turned around, and I was facing my Shabbos licht, and I said, "Hashem, Shabbos. I'll give you 10 minutes extra Kedusha of Shabbos every single week, and you can be back my baby."
I got a call from my upstairs neighbor. He says, "Please come home, your baby's never choking." And I started racing to my car.
But she was able to, at the time, move it over to get the child to at least have some sort of airway to start breathing again.
This was going to be a very serious call with very serious ramifications, and with very little room for error.
Paramedics came. We were trying just very hard with a lot of concentration.
Dispatcher, we have a code. We have a code.
He tells us the baby's pushing air, so I knew the baby was alive. We just can't get this thing out. We don't know what's happening, so we're gonna go to Kimball.
We may have to scoop and run. Dispatcher, put Kimball full notice. We have a full obstruction. 10+.
The child was not stable throughout the transport at all.
Shortly after I started heading home, my neighbor called back saying that Baruch Hashem, he's alive, and they took him to Kimball.
We all worked as a team. They were waiting for us. They were ready.
When I got to Kimball, it was just one whirlwind. They practically just whisked my child away from me.
In the hospital, even when we were there, we were still holding the airway for the doctor.
Obviously, when they brought him in, they tried with many different tools to pull it out manually, try to suction it out. All these things, they weren't working.
The doctor kept on going in there, going into the child's mouth and trying to get it, and he was pulling it and, just missing it, and kept on going back and trying to get it. I was just like, please, Hashem, just make this miracle happen.
All we saw was Hatzolah rushing in and frantically rushing out. I didn't know what they were doing, but they were bringing backup equipment from their vehicles.
One of the advanced airway pieces that Hatzolah members had in the truck, they ran out to get for the doctors in Kimball. It ended up being a big help.
I'm in the hospital. I'm under Hatzolah's care, and he's still alive. And Hashem sustained him till this point. He has to live. He will live. And I was so determined he's going to live that something's going to have to happen.
It really took a long time to free the foreign object that was in his throat.
At one point, Nochi looks into my baby's throat, and he sees the stick of the dreidel popping up. He tells the doctor, grab it. He grabbed it out, the dreidel came out, everyone clapped.
It was just a total miracle.
It was only after that they had removed the dreidel that I saw the Hatzolah members' faces, and they looked very worn out and exhausted, as if they had just experienced a brush with death.
It hit me like a ton of bricks, and I broke down like I've never in my life cried, that I have just experienced an open miracle. It takes seconds for vital brain cells to start dying. Because Hatzolah came when they came, there was no damage.
Most definitely is an experience, something which you don't forget too quickly, and something which reaches deep into your heart and areas which you never thought would be able to access.
I had transformed over this incident. I went through a brush with death experience. It just puts you into a different realm.
You look at your children and you appreciate your children. And, you hope that nobody has to go through this, but Baruch Hashem, this was a happy outcome.
When Hatzolah did what they did, we felt an intimacy to Hatzolah, that they just were so kind, so compassionate, so always there for us.
It's kind of beyond words to be able to say that, thank you or something like that. It's just something which is beyond. I must admit, I do get emotional when I think about it, how much gratitude we owe to them.
Listen, there's no better feeling. You do all the work, and you go through all the schooling, and you go through all the training. You could have no other calls. If you have this call and you save a child's life, it's all worth it.
I think about what would it be if there wouldn't be such an organization at Hatzolah. In my situation, I think it's clear that there wouldn't have been much chance of hope.
When moments matter, Hatzolah is there for us. When seconds make all the difference between life and death, we count on them. Every year, hundreds of lives are saved by Hatzolah members. This story is just one of the many miracles facilitated by Hatzolah of Lakewood. "60 members, 22 dispatchers, 8 ambulances, 6,200 calls last year, 3,100 transports to local hospitals, and a $1.2 million budget. In order to continue our life-saving work, we rely on our community. We're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. You are on call tonight. Thank you for your support.
And we are back. By the way, Rabbi Yoel, I'm going to call you Yoeli. I'm not calling you Yoel.
Please do. I'm
okay.
Hasidish.
We just saw this inspiring video from last year.
Yeah.
I mean, first thing I'm going to do is run out and buy the biggest dreidels I can find, because I'm not having any more small dreidels in my
Health
house.
hazard, that's right.
But something like that, it pulls at your heartstrings. I mean,
really
could
does.
you imagine that was like a reenactment, because they obviously didn't video it at the time, but can you imagine, Chas v'shalom, God forbid, if that happened in your house or in somebody in your block's house?
It's unbelievable. That's what's so scary, Yossi. It can happen to you. It can happen to anyone. And when you watch the video and you hear the call coming in and you hear the mother.
That's the real live
panic,
call.
A real live call. You hear the mother panicking. Those are the type of calls that Hatzolah is getting on a daily basis. And that's why it's so important for you to help us help you. It's an incredible thing.
I got to tell you, when I was watching your amazing interview with some of these Hatzolah members, I was watching some of the numbers backstage. We have people tuned in from across the world. And here's something important to remember. Whether you live in Lakewood or not, you probably know someone who lives in Lakewood. You probably have a family member in Lakewood. You've probably been to Lakewood several times for a wedding. That in itself is enough of a reason to donate to Lakewood Hatzolah, even though it might not be your local Hatzolah.
That's right. Lakewood is the Ir ve'em b'Yisrael, and everybody, if you don't live in Lakewood, you know somebody who does live, like Yossi just said, you know someone who does live in Lakewood. So please feel the achrayas, feel the burden. Call 732-363-5600 or visit lakewoodhatzolah.com and donate now.
732-363-5600. It's imperative. Lamai, so we help you, and you should help us. I mean, we're talking about saving lives here. This isn't, we're raising funds to help babies. There are plenty of major tzedakah organizations and charity organizations available. But how many of them are literally life-threatening? And I don't mean like one life-threatening call. Today alone in Lakewood on Route 9, there were 2 major accidents within a few hours of each other, shut down the entire Route 9. And that's just in a matter of hours.
And Lakewood Hatzolah was the first responder on that call, on those calls. So that's why it's really so important. 732-363-5600. Thank you for your support.
You know, Yoel, I wanted to tell you quickly that a few months after I moved to Lakewood, I got a knock at the door. It was the cops. No way. I was trying to figure out what was happening. So they said one of my children was dialing my wife, 917. They hit 1 twice. They dialed 911. But the cops came 30 minutes later. Could you imagine if they would have called Hatzolah? I would have had a knock on my door while the kid was still on the phone.
Within 30 seconds, they respond to your call. LakewoodHatzolah.com, 732-363-5600.
We wanted to thank, of course, we have a jingle coming up, because sometimes it's hard for people to remember these numbers. You know, there's a lot of numbers to remember. 363-5600. It's not exactly... There's an emergency number. So the jingle's for the emergency number. 911, 3 numbers to remember, very easy. Hatzolah numbers, some of them are easy, some of them are not. That's why they make these stickers for you to put on back of phones. They give out cards. Our producers tonight made a song for the Lakewood Hatzolah number that will hopefully help you remember it, that when the time for need to come, that you shouldn't have to scroll through your phone, like Rabbi Shapiro was saying, you should be able to remember it right away. So we're going to play this song. The song was sponsored by Golden Fluff. I got to tell you that my kids not only love Golden Fluff products, but they love the pogs that come in them. You don't have pogs.
Oh, I love that. Those are my favorite popcorns, by the way.
Do you know what
The bag you're
pogs
holding
are or
right
not?
now. No.
Okay, you heard of the twins from France?
Yes.
So Golden Fluff has these little circular cardboard cutouts, pictures of the twins from France.
Really?
Kids collect them. You can go to Golden Fluff and get even a binder for it.
That's amazing. And they make amazing popcorn, potato chips, whatever it is. And thank you, Golden Fluff, for sponsoring
And of course,
this jingle.
Toys for You, just 3 blocks away from here, an amazing toy store. I can tell you, believe it or not, Yoel, I went there last week. You want to know what I got?
What'd you get?
My kids are very interested in games that I played as a child. There was a game called Rebound. You remember it or not?
I don't remember that.
It's a long board. There's 2 rubber bands at the end, and you have to flick pieces down one side, and it has to go on the other side. I bought it for them at Toys for You. They loved it. Okay, let's listen to this. Let's listen to this song.
Yeah, let's hear it. Yeah.
Hopefully, I'll have it playing out of my head. By the time, if I ever chas v'sholom need it, I'll get it. You can't hear me? Reb Yoel. Yeah.
Tell them what's wrong and Hatzolah will come. 732-370-3600. In an emergency, there's a number that you gotta know. 732-370-3600. Tell them your name and where you're calling from. Tell them what's wrong and Hatzolah will come. 732-370-3600. In an emergency, there's a number that you gotta know. 732-370-3600. Tell them your name and where you're calling from. Tell them what's wrong and Hatzolah will come. 732-370.
I think, Shmuley, I really think they should play that in every supermarket across Lakewood. Let it drill into people's heads that that's the number to call. If there's this song, you know, all the Rebbeim, as your Rebbe,
That's right.
you should know when you put
That's right.
music to something, it's
Yeah.
easier to remember.
Much easier to remember. And when you put a story to something, it's also, that's why I do stories. But music, you know, David Gabe is coming up, and, you know, he'll imprint in our hearts a beautiful niggin, really to
You
remember.
definitely will. Before we go, one more
Before we
time.
go.
LakewoodHatzolah.com, LakewoodHatzolah.com, 732-363-5600. What's the number of Yoel?
732-363-5600. There are people waiting here for your call, so please call right now, 732-363-5600.
David Gabe.
We've got music here by none other than Yossi Greenzweig, who I always say is a compilation between Yossi Zweig and Yossi Green. So we got Yossi Greenzweig. Here you go. A little story about Yossi Green. He asked me for a song with beautiful words, original words that haven't been done yet. And so I was driving down the highway and I saw a Hatzolah truck. And as is my minhag, every time I see a Hatzolah truck, I always say Kapitel Tehillim. As I'm saying the Kapitel Tehillim, all of a sudden pops into my head, Hagoymel lechayovim toivos shekmolani kol tov. Take it away, Yos. We all know that Hatzolah members, Legabe Avodas Hayom Zrizim Hein. You have to be a Zoris if you're a Hatzolah member. We all know that, and we applaud you, all the Hatzolah members, for your Zrizus. Legabe Avodas Hayom Zorizu. Digga digga daram, digga digga daram, digga digga daram daram. Avodas Hayom Yom Zorizu. Ay digga digga daram, digga digga daram, digga digga daram daram. Legabe Avodas Hayom Zorizu. Digga digga daram, digga digga daram, digga digga daram daram. Avodas Hayom Yom Zorizu. Digga digga dam, digga digga dam, legabe. Avodas Hayom Zoriz legabe. Digga digga dam, digga digga dam, legabe. Avodas Hayom Zoriz legabe. Oh, digga digga dam, digga digga dam, legabe. Avodas Hayom Zoriz legabe. Digga digga dam, digga digga dam, legabe. Avodas Hayom Zoriz legabe. Oh, oh, oh. Digga digga daram. Digga
David, thank you so much. Talk about Zariz. We gotta be Zrizin. Please call 732-363-5600 or visit LakewoodHatzolah.com. Help us help you. Right now, we are very, very privileged and fortunate to be joined by two very, very special people. Rabbi Moshe Rotberg is the author of Emergencies in Halacha and the Sgan Rabbanim of Lakewood Hatzolah. Rabbi Rotberg is at the forefront of addressing all the major shilas Hatzolah deals with on a daily basis and serves as the liaison to the Vad Rabbanim of Hatzolah. And also we have, very special with us, Dr. Chaim Lebowitz. Dr. Chaim Lebowitz received his medical degree from Harvard, no less, and earned the DuPont Young Investigator of the Year Award in the American College of Chest Physicians. He's currently the Chief Medical Officer of the Acute Care Health System, and he's the leading member of the Medical Advisory Board of Chaim Aruchem, and is a renowned Bal Chesed, a community activist. He's always there to take the lead role on many, many important projects. Thank you so much, guys, for being here with us. So we have a few questions that came in, and we'd like to present you the questions. You from a rabbinical perspective, and you from a medical perspective. First question is, my neighbor is a Lakewood Hatzolah member. He's such a big tzaddik, and we admire his devotion to Hatzolah. However, sometimes we notice that he's fidgeting with his radio on Shabbos at times that don't appear to us to be Pikuach Nefesh. Is it allowed on Shabbos? And is it my responsibility to say something?
Okay, so I think we have to answer the first part first before we get to the second part. So the first thing is, one thing that people don't realize is, many times when it looks like a Hatzolah member is fidgeting with the radio, it may not just be fidgeting with the radio. Many times when there's a call that goes out and they're not sure they heard correctly, they're going to make it louder. If a person's a paramedic and he thinks that they may be calling for the medics, or someone is in shul and maybe Dr. Leibowitz is there and they want someone to get a hold of him. So a lot of times you're listening to a radio, you don't always know what they're hearing, what they're listening out for. That's number one. Then let's talk about the halacha aspect of it. Let's assume that a Hatzolah radio is a kli shemlachti leser. Okay? Now, kli shemlachti leser is allowed to be moved l'tzerech gufay mekoymai. That means, if let's say the place it's taking up, I came to shul, I put my radio down in front of me, because when I sit down, it's going to key in by mistake, or it's going to be very uncomfortable. So I put it down, and I came to laning, and now I have my chumash, and it's in the space. According to halacha, it's 100% mutter for me to move it now out of the way. Now I sat down, it's finished laning, and now it's further away from me, and I want to close it to me just in case I want to hear something, and it's on lower. So now I'm allowed to move it back. So sometimes, out of all the different shilas that come up, for some reason, this is like one of the favorites that people come over and say, I don't understand. How can they how can they touch the radio? So members try very, very hard for the sensitivity of Shabbos, for the sensitivity of others. Their children may not understand, people may not understand. So they try very hard to be as sensitive as possible, but that's just the reality. And the doctor could tell you that emergencies come up at the most least expected moments. No one is ever sitting in their house waiting for that emergency to come.
So you're saying, first of all, dan lekav schus, you're saying. Be dan lekav schus.
That's always a good idea.
It's always a good idea. Be dan lekav schus. And in terms of halacha, you're saying, it's also mutter. Right. So that's why it's okay. When I call Hatzolah on Shabbos, am I allowed to hang up the phone on Shabbos, or is that considered a separate malacha?
Okay, so now, it may be a separate malacha to hang up a phone. Depending on if you're going with the Chazon Ish Shita of Boina and of Shlomo Zalman, it's possible. But here's the problem. There are many times Hatzolah will get an address. And I have to realize in Lakewood, there's probably about 30, 40, 50 new streets a year. Sometimes it doesn't come up in the computer program. Sometimes they didn't hear the caller right. Is it the upstairs? Is it the downstairs? There's somebody, and if someone's calling on Shabbos, obviously there's a real sakana. Now, the Hatzolah member gets on the location. He says, I can't find this house. What does he do then? So the dispatcher calls back and says, okay, we didn't hear your address correctly. No one is there. Where do we go? If someone left the phone off the hook, we're stuck. And there have been times where we've been looking for addresses. This is a funny story. There was once a call that came out, and it turned out that everyone's looking for the address and running around different streets. It ended up being a street in Muncie, but someone called Lakewood Hatzolah by mistake. So that's why the callback number and the phone to be hung up sometimes is crucial.
So Dr. Leibowitz, from what Rabbi Rothberg is saying, from a medical perspective, do people should we hang up the phone because people sometimes we have to get the line available for people to call in?
So as Rabbi Rothberg says, that's a halachic shaila, and as Rabbi Rothberg spoke out, then people who call Hatzolah on Shabbos, obviously they ask the Shiloh, or they themselves have realized that it's something that they need to do. And so at that point, obviously, as Rabbi Rotberg said, they should hang up the phone and be prepared in case Hatzolah has to call them back.
I just want to say that before we started the segment, Rabbi Rotberg did give smicha to Dr. Leibowitz, and he said that Dr. Leibowitz is as much as a rabbi as himself. So it's okay
and by the way,
Dr. Leibowitz gives us some of halacha tidbits as well.
And
the experience he has.
And Rabbi Rotberg is a healthcare professional. So
I want to tell you, when we have a shiloh, and it was the end of life shilohs and things like that, and we harass Dr. Leibowitz all times of day and night, and he's very appreciative. He wants us to continue doing it, right?
Yeah, between the hours of 9 and 10.
So, a lot of times I'm never sure if I'm calling him for a medical perspective or a halachic perspective. But the Lakewood is lucky. Then we can't get a hold of our doctors. We usually look for the Batei Midrash, and that's where they're hanging out.
Incredible. Here's another question from one of the members of the community. What are the guidelines of when one is permitted to get a ride back from the hospital with a Hatzolah member?
Okay, so this is where I'm hoping that Leibowitz will be able to clarify this, because it's something we've actually been discussing a lot. To come back with a yid, let's say a lot of times we go to send a patient to Jersey Shore, and the Hatzolah member gets there, and someone who's never been waiting there for like 7-8 hours, say, Givaldik, Hatzolah, you guys are going back, we're getting a ride. Now, the problem is that if there's a Goyish driver is one thing, but let's say we don't have a Goyish driver, we have a Jewish member. So now it's a shaila of whether is there more havaris with every person coming in, there more combustions, the weight, is there shals of derais here, ribi bishurim, all these things come into play. So unless you have a choyle sheyesh by sakana, the member would not be able to bring him back. Now people say, let's say you had a cardiac patient there, and he's really, really agitated, he's stuck there in the hospital, it's not a cancer patient, somebody who's, and the prospect of being a yomtiv or something like that. So those are the times where maybe they'd be able to go back with a member. Now some people say, oh, come on, a cardiac patient is going to drop dead and have a heart attack because he's stuck in the hospital. Right? Now I want to see, is there an element of this that, reducing either the anxiety or the tsar of being there, is that a factor?
Yeah, I think that there's some element to that, but it would be hard in every individual case to say that having the patient there in a well-heated or well-air-conditioned lobby would actually constitute a threat to their well-being. So we've had shilas. I mean, there's a few interested that I think the Rabbi Gold was talking about. Is fact is the Hatzolah member himself, like the heter of the Hatzolah member himself. Often we've had what comes up is someone who's late in pregnancy who goes to the hospital on Shabbos and then gets told you're not actively in labor, please go home and come back. What do you do in that sort of to tell a lady who's 9 months pregnant and about to give birth that she has to spend the better part of Shabbos walking around the lobby? That's not so simple. What would
right? No. So the thing is that when we have a choyle sheyesh by sakana, it makes everything a lot easier. There's shitas that say that you could do a lot more for a choyle sheyesh by sakana, even for Yesuvei Das. So if you're coming in there and there's an elderly patient who's a choyle sheyesh by sakana, to go back with a yid and he's clearly agitated, that would be much more of a heter. That case you're talking about, let's say with that woman who was possibly a choyle she'ein ba sakana, so in that case to go back with a yid would be problematic, but for them to come back and get one of the goyim to pick her up, that may be a lot more room for leniency. But to get involved, but the question as far as the membership, the yid will only be able to take someone back who's clearly a choyle sheyesh by sakana. Otherwise, there would be no heter.
Amazing. Before we go to our next question, lakewoodhatzolah.com. Please visit our website and call 732-363-5600. Operators are standing by to get your orders. We're waiting for your help to help us out. There's very little time left until the auction. I want to go to the next question, and Dr. Leibowitz, from a medical perspective, a lot of times it happens, people call and they're experiencing chest pains and they believe they're having a heart attack. They have a heter to call on Shabbos, and when the Hatzolah member arrives on the scene, all of a sudden they're feeling better. Now the Hatzolah member advises them, now that you felt chest pains, you called us, go to the hospital and check it out just to be safe. What would you say as a doctor?
So first of all, chest pain is a medical emergency. Now, the differential diagnosis of chest pain is long and huge, and we don't expect either patients or Hatzolah members in the field to be able to parse what is potentially life-threatening causes of chest pain and what are more benign causes of chest pain. Anyone who calls Hatzolah for chest pain, and Hatzolah arrives there, and automatically they feel better, right? Lights and sirens make sick patients feel better. So they arrive at the house, they feel a little bit reassured. Still, at that point, when the Hatzolah member, we leave it to the Hatzolah member's judgment. If the Hatzolah member says, despite the fact that you're feeling better, I think that you need to be evaluated in a hospital, my feeling is that the patient should go with the Hatzolah member to the hospital. Rabbi Rotberg, what's your...
I think it's a fascinating thing. Somebody will call Hatzolah many times. Someone's not feeling well. So Hatzolah is going to send two members direct, just to go, and then they're going to send for an ambulance. So there are 3 people that drove to our call, thousands of malachos d'oraisa, all beheter, because a positive, at least a savik chali sheish b'sakana. Somebody drove to the Hatzolah ambulance, picked up an ambulance, drove to the house, come in, and the patient says, I should go to the hospital on Shabbos? And you say, well, yeah. I don't know if I need to go on Shabbos. And it's incredible that the disconnect, people doing it on purpose, that there's a concept of you could call Hatzolah, but I'm not sure I really want to go to the hospital. So they did thousands of malachos d'oraisa, because it's a savik chali sheish b'sakana, then clearly you could get into the ambulance and go. Now the thing I'll tell you is that a lot of times, halacha should not be a factor in this case. Like the doctor is saying, there's nobody on the scene of that call that is competent enough, usually, to be able to say, do or don't do. There's right now a suffix. That's why it was mutter to go to begin with. So at this point, you have a suffix chali sheish b'sakana, unless somebody there could say it's a vade chali she'ein b'sakana, or if there's no sakana at all, absolutely, there's a chiyuv to go.
So you've got to listen to the doctor, just to double check, to make sure.
If you want to call a doctor or something, at times they do that, in specific cases, but that's
Otherwise,
not
you
always.
Go to the hospital, check it out. Let me ask you another question. If a young child or elderly parent may be lost on Shabbos, at what point is it okay to initiate a search that involves Chilul Shabbos?
Got all the loaded questions, huh? So the question.
I feel great, by the way, because I'm a rabbi of a shul in LA, and usually I'm on the end of being asked these questions. I feel good asking you the questions, and you having the brunt of the responsibility to answer. So go ahead.
Yeah, but tomorrow I won't be able to walk into yeshiva. Okay, so again, this is the medical aspect of this, and then there's the halacha aspect of it. So let's talk about both things. Essentially speaking, if just because somebody is missing, it does not necessarily constitute a chali sheish b'sakana. If somebody didn't come home from shul for 2 hours, it could have been a really, really good kiddush. It could have been, there's a lot of different factors. Or a good drasha. I'm sorry. That'd be down like I'm supposed to be already established, right? So the thing is, there's a certain protocol in what constitutes, now that we have a suffix sakana. There's a famous story. In Eretz Yisrael, where there's a kid that was missing. He didn't come back. He was supposed to come home. He wasn't home, and they went to Rabbi Yashiv, who said he's in a sakana. And went to B'Shem Zalman, and he said, if it's normal, that he comes home for Shabbos and he's not home, and his tefillin was still in yeshiva and it wasn't moved since Friday. That's a chali sheish b'sakana. They ended up finding him in the Russian compound. He was arrested by Afghan on Thursday. Wow. So, but the point is that there always has to be, there's a mechanism of injury in medicine. There has to be raglayim l'dava and halacha. So now, what's important is a lot of times that there are people that have a psychiatric condition, or there's dementia, or things like that. These are, in my perspective, these are real sakana. I mean, somebody who Rahman al-Itzlan has an altered mental status, it's not that, people say, where could he do? What could he do? Anything. So there's once we establish that there's a reglaim ledavar, that there's a reason to believe that there's some sort of sakana, which is not easy to do, at that point we start a search. Now, where am I going to search? Right. So if somebody just didn't come home, I'm going to search New York, Lakewood. So sometimes there's nothing to do, so we wouldn't do it. But if there's something, there's reglaim ledavar, and there's something that we think we can do, there's something that in our power, then absolutely, based on the situation, will be matter. Now, am I right about that? That a patient sometimes with altered mental status, like dementia or something like that, is clearly a sakana for them to be left to his own.
Yeah, absolutely. A patient with dementia, altered mental status, who is, we had a case in Lakewood not that long ago, where someone with dementia actually jumped into a going car and drove away. And it wasn't on Shabbos, but we mounted this huge search, and thank God the person was eventually found and ended up being fine. Wow. So, these situations. Now, just to make the point that when you call Hatzolah, we rely on people to have, the common sense and the normal intelligence to know what's a problem, what's not a problem. But once you elevate it to call Hatzolah, Hatzolah is really obligated to respond and act on what your call is. So you really need to, we want people to not hesitate to call Hatzolah, but not to call Hatzolah gratuitously. Hatzolah is not a taxi service. They're not there to just reassure patients who otherwise would be nervous. Hatzolah is the top-level emergency medical service that is available 24/7 for everyone in the Lakewood community, and people have to be commonsensical in how they access Hatzolah.
And once you call Hatzolah, Hatzolah will respond as if it's an emergency. So the burden of responsibility really lies with the caller to make sure before he calls or she calls
right,
that it's so please, Lakewood.
Can I just add one thing to
yes.
this? I'm sorry. A lot of times when a patient somebody will call and say, my kid has a cut, I'm not sure if I really need Hatzolah. And that's where it gets very confusing. So, okay, so do you want us, do you not want us? So, you know, and it's confusing for the caller also, because a lot of times they don't want, they're not sure themselves. So there is always that gray area which has to be, you know, teased out.
Right, 100%. Now, these shilas are, by the way, real cases, real life that Hatzolah deals with. So please, again, help us help you, lakewoodhatzolah.com. Our number is 732-363-5600. Operators are waiting for your call, for your donation. Please help us help you. We don't wait. When you call us, please don't let us wait either. I'd like to ask the next question. I think it's a little bit of a sensitive question. If a child gets a cut, and you know, on her face on Shabbos, and you're not sure if it's it doesn't appear to be life-threatening. It doesn't appear to be life-threatening, but you're worried that she could become permanently scarred. It's cosmetic. You don't want your child to go to school and be embarrassed when they go to school with that cut that's permanently scarred. So you want to take it away. You want to take care of it right away. Is it okay to have her treated on Shabbos?
Rabbi Rotberg, what would you? How would you say? You know, I got to tell you, this is like the shidduch crisis coming into like some emergency call. You know, but what?
Yeah, it does have potential consequences for shidduch crisis.
Yeah, I'll respond after you.
Well, let's assume that there is no sakana and it's just a question of possible scarring. Now, the doctor will be able to correct me if I'm wrong, but in many, many cases, a simple cut on a forehead many times could wait till after Shabbos regardless, and a plastic surgeon would still be able to do stitches. So, but let's assume we're dealing with a case that needs to get done on Shabbos, otherwise there will be permanent scarring. So there is a heter, which is based on Reb Shlomo Zalman, that because of kavod habrius, you're allowed to do a derabanan. Now, what a derabanan would mean in that case is not calling Hatzolah. That's for sure not a derabanan. And it would be, let's say, you know, either let's say getting on a telephone with using a shinoi to have a taxi, goyish taxi driver take you to a goyish practitioner to have it treated. You know, those are things that might be mutter.
Amir Lakum
for a derabanan. Right now, the thing is that whether or not this is a shaila of kavod habrius, especially on the head, which is closer. I mean, the doctor could tell us whether or not, you know, the prevalence of that, and let him get into hot water.
It would depend on a boy and a girl, no? Would it depend on a boy?
I'm going to use that as an example. In
the old days, it depended on a boy and a girl. but you know, my feeling is, and again, this comes up all the time, and it's hard to imagine that someone should be Mechal Shabbos Deraisa to get a better cosmetic result. Now, I will tell you, when I get this question, I say that very often, even if you're not going to get the perfect cosmetic result, very often, and again, that's a shaila in and of itself, that you can go back and you can revise the scar. After everything heals, plastic surgeon, it's much easier to go in, take a small ribbon of tissue, sew it up perfectly. So I do think that there's something to do. Unfortunately, there's always a lot of panic, and especially, you know, head lacerations, there's potentially a lot of blood. But I do think if calm heads prevail and everyone realizes it's not a question of sakana, and it's just potentially a question of scar, that, you know, they have shalashudas, they make havdalah, and then they go get the issue addressed.
And most of the time you're saying a scar could actually be, it could be taken care of afterwards.
It could be taken care of afterwards.
It could be taken care of afterwards.
Right. No, but there are a lot of cases of cuts, which is not kavod habrius, which might be sakanas nefashos. Now, what the parents may be worried about is the scar, but there really may be a more serious issue as well.
Right. And how about cuts on the back of the hand, things like that? There are certain, we have a Kabbalah that cuts in certain places carry with them a particular sakana that you may be able to be Mechal Shabbos, or maybe obligated to be Mechal Shabbos.
Right.
In those.
But if you have a doctor, a mumcha, that says is if you know for sure if you know for sure, can wait till after Shabbos, then you can't be Machal Shabbos. So I mean, so that's why it's always a case. There's no good answer. One size fits all.
Listen, you guys are amazing. What would it cost me to bring you guys to LA to have you next to me?
A plane ticket.
A plane. That's it.
That's it.
A plane ticket. Totally do it, guys. To donate. Let's not forget we're here for Hatzolah to help Hatzolah. LakewoodHatzolah.com 732-363-5600. Please pick up a phone now. I just want to remind you, there's some great prizes. Here are the packages. The dispatcher, $54 buys you a $75 value prize. The EMT, $100 buys you $200 value prize. The paramedic, $180 buys you more than double, $400. The captain, $250 buys $600, again more than double. The lifesaver, $500 buys $1,250. 732-363-5600. We're getting to our next question. Next question, Dr. Leib, was this for you? What are most common preventable emergencies that you come across that parents can take extra precautions to make sure that Chas v'shalom nothing ever happens? What comes to mind?
What comes to mind, the most common preventable emergencies that, and again, this is going to be a little bit of a loaded answer, but there are certain things that are common and not that dangerous, and certain things that are dangerous and not that common. So for example, I would tell you the thing that bothers me the most when I drive around Lakewood is seeing distracted parents who are texting, who are talking on a cell phone, driving around with a SUV full of kids or minivan full of kids. And I think the most important preventable illness and accident that we should have is that when the roads of Lakewood, as was mentioned earlier, we had 2 major motor vehicle accidents today. I mean, Lakewood as a city of B'nai Torah and a city of people who have an appropriate chashivas for Chaim, the driving in Lakewood should be the spitz example of derech eretz and traffic laws for any place in the country. And it could be that we're not living up to that right now. So the first thing I would say is that when you're driving, you're driving. And you're not talking on your cell phone. And again, I don't want to say that we're not all guilty to a certain extent, but texting when you're on the phone, texting when you're driving, all those things are preventable and absolutely terrible. And for someone who, God forbid, causes injury to themselves, their own children, or anyone else in the community because they were acting so flagrantly negligent when they're driving a car, I think is obviously the most important preventable thing. And if anyone listening now could just be makabel upon themselves that they're never going to text and drive, then I think it was a worthwhile half an hour in the Hatzolah garage.
Amazing. What an amazing answer. Dr. Leibowitz, it's sad that a lot of people text, they don't believe that it's going to be them that, something is going to happen to until something, Chas v'shalom, happens. So it's such a great answer. Rabbi Rothberg, what is, from a rabbinic perspective, what shilas do you get that you can say to parents, something that they can prevent in the future?
So I'm going to be a shliach of Dr. Peltz, who's one of the tzaddikim of Lakewood. And every Shabbos and Yom Tov, he gets flooded. And every year he begs me before Yom Tov, get a message out to Lakewood. You have elderly parents who are coming, guests who are coming, bring along their medications and make sure they're there. Every Shabbos, every Yom Tov, there are people that are coming. Dr. Leibowitz, I'm sure, gets his fair share of this.
Please. I almost need to leave for Yom Tov. Otherwise, I spend all my time just calling in medications that everyone else left behind. Again, for elderly patients who are frail, patients who are elderly, patients who have a whole network of healthcare professionals somewhere else, to think that potentially that you're doing them a favor by dragging them to Lakewood to participate in a family simcha and leave 11 medications at home, not really know what they're on. I mean, you have to really, I agree with you. It's a problem that comes up on a regular basis.
Wow, invaluable information. Both of you, thank you so much. It's been an honor and a privilege. So informative. Thank you, Dr. Leibowitz.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rabbi Rothberg. Thank you so much. Please call 732-363-5600 or LakewoodHatzolah.com to donate. Help us again. Please help us help you. And now, we are privileged to hear from the one and only Uri Davidi and Yossi Greenzeig on the piano.
It is a great honor for me to be here tonight as a Lakewood resident. Just before we continue on with the program, I just want to give one big thank you to Lakewood and all the Hatzolah members of Lakewood. I actually called Hatzolah, I think it was 2-3 months ago. Nothing major at the end, but they were there within seconds. And we're here tonight raising money for Hatzolah, not to pay them. The Hatzolah members don't get paid. We're here to raise money for the ambulances, for the equipment. Hatzolah members get paid by Hashem, and we daven every single Shabbos. B'chol mi she'oiskim b'tzorchi tzibor be'emunah HaKadosh Baruch Hu Yishalem Schoro B'chol mi she'oiskim b'tzorchi tzibor be'emunah HaKadosh Baruch Hu Yishalem Schoro V'yosid mehem kol machalo V'yir bo v'chol gufo V'yisrach l'chol avoino V'yishlach bracho v'hatzlocho B'chol ma'aseh yedeyem Oim kol Yisroel achayem V'noim adomei Yossi, take it away. V'chol mi she'oiskim b'tzorchi tzibor be'emunah HaKadosh Baruch Hu Yishalem Schoro V'yosid mehem kol machalo V'yir bo v'chol gufo V'yislach l'chol avoino V'yishlach bracho v'hatzlocho B'chol ma'aseh yedeyem Oim kol Yisroel achayem V'noim adomei Yishlach bracho v'hatzlocho B'chol ma'aseh yedeyem Oim kol Yisroel achayem V'noim adomei V'yishlach bracho v'hatzlocho B'chol ma'aseh yedeyem Mo'igim kol Yisroel achayem V'noim adomei It's our bracha that we daven to Hashem every single Shabbos. Yishlach bracha v'hatzlocha. That Hashem should watch over all the Hatzolah members and anybody that is Eisik b'tzorchi tzibor be'emunah. HaKadosh Baruch Hu Yishalem Secharam. One more time, Yossi. V'yishlach bracha v'hatzlocha b'chol ma'aseh yedeyem ולא ימדומי וינה לה 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 דו דו די לה 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 די לה 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 דו די 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 לה 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 די די דו 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 we've no ima oh
How about now? We're good? Beautiful song, Uri Davidi, Yossi Greenswag. Thank you so very much. A soul-stirring song right after an amazing question and answer with some of a doctor and, of course, a Lakewood Hatzolah member who happens to be a Rav in his own right, wrote an amazing book about dealing with Shabbos. With me, ladies and gentlemen, is the man behind Hatzolah. I guess that's what we're going to call him. Rabbi Meir Ribiet, founding member of Hatzolah, an active member for 30-some years.
Almost 35.
Almost 35 years. Amazing. Just tell me, Rabbi Ribiet, why did you start Lakewood Hatzolah?
First of all, thank you for having me.
My pleasure.
There was a need to be filled about 35 years ago in the Lakewood community to have a Hatzolah type organization because the local first aid squad at the time was mostly volunteer. There might have been at that time a few paid members, I don't recall, but their average response time was roughly between 20 and 30 minutes.
20 and 30 minutes.
The police documented that.
Now, let me ask you, for something such as, let's say, a child choking, chas v'shalom, 20 to 30 minutes is...
long past the time.
Yeah.
You have minutes to be there. So a few people got together, and we decided to start this organization based on the one in New York. And the purpose was, of course, to eventually build it to have ambulances, but at the time all we had was what I'd call a first responder system.
Mm-hmm.
And we went to the township, which by law, every single township in Lakewood, in New Jersey, is entitled to have a volunteer first aid squad, but you have to be registered with the township. At the time, we wanted to do it in a way that would not cause any antagonism. In fact, we went to Reb Shneur Kotler, Zichron Levracha, and the Rebbetzin Rishel, and Reb Nosson Wachfogel, Zichron Levracha, who encouraged us very much. But we did it in a way that would be very much me'urav with them. We had a lot of help from Rabbi Shenkelevsky, who was a very, very big hand in, I guess, getting us into the township to work together with them. And it was agreed at that time that we would be what they call a campus first aid squad.
Mm-hmm.
Because since Lakewood at the time was really not that many blocks, it was like Clifton Avenue was like really almost chutz le'ir.
Really?
Yeah, it was very, very small. There was 800 families, and mostly by the forest area. Most people lived in apartments. So it wasn't a lot of area to cover. So we called ourselves a campus squad, and we did it as a first responder.
First responder means you get there before the ambulance. If
Right.
somebody needs to be boarded because they damaged a limb or their back,
That's
and then you then wait for the ambulance.
Well, we came with a car full of equipment.
Right.
We have an oxygen tank. We have, other types of medical equipment, bandages, and blood pressure cuffs and things like that, just to.
And who paid for all that equipment?
At the time,
Yeah.
many of us paid out of our own pockets.
Wow.
Many
So when
of us.
people think that Hatzolah members, they give out of their time, they drop their family, they drop their job, they're running on a call, Shabbos, Yontiv. Sometimes I know many Hatzolah members who, when they're out of town, I've had New York members who I met in Lake George, or I've met in Niagara Falls, and they're, oh, well, I'm here and nobody else is available, and I'm on the.
Right.
So it's amazing, but to take money out of your pocket to pay for equipment, it's a very, very selfless act.
Well, we felt very strongly about it. It was a very, very important necessity here in Lakewood at the time.
So you're saying, you were the first responder team.
Look, I give you an example. I remember one time within the first year, we had a call in the middle of the night on an old man who had unfortunately died. And we were doing CPR, and we were doing it for half an hour before the local first aid squad came to bring an ambulance.
Wow.
At that time, it was nothing to talk about.
Right.
But to sit there doing a half an hour CPR, if we would have had our own ambulance, we could have taken right away to the hospital. Especially with the modern equipment we have today, it might have been a different story. It's hard to say.
So when you were setting up your Hatzolah, you said you approached a lot of Rabbanim to run it by them, and you had to approach the township. Were there any other Hatzolah organizations that were around at the time that were instrumental or that helped you begin the Lakewood Hatzolah?
The one we took the most I guess we tried to follow the most was the one in Washington Heights, and Rabbi Kaganoff and his name. There's his partner. They helped us quite a bit, telling us how to do things. They themselves didn't really have an ambulance in Washington Heights, and we got a lot of information. They helped us out tremendously in how to guide us and how to set it up.
Very surprised that they had one before you. It's a,
Rabbi
I mean, it's a
Krugman.
growing community, but still, you
Yeah,
know, people think, you know, major cities, they don't really think like that.
Washington Heights has many, many elderly people there.
100%, and there's a couple of yeshivas over there.
Sure.
What were some of your concerns when starting Hatzolah? What are some things you had to look out to or be wary about?
Well, first of all, we had to make sure we were trained properly, and that we were trained to the aspect that perfectly, that we knew everything as good as possible. Because as someone mentioned before, when you go into a call, you know, there's a lot of adrenaline, and you have to make sure that your training kicks in right away. So we worked on that very hard. The first group we went down, was the EMT course was not that, had not been that long in the workings, and we were one of the, like the 5th or 6th year, I think, that they had it, if I recall correctly.
Really? Wow.
And we worked very hard to do, especially the mechanical aspects of it, such as the putting on boards and collars and the splinting and the medical aspects. We worked and we went over and over and over until we knew it. So we knew it cold, inside out. And we were worried that we wanted to make sure we went to somebody and to work with them that we were doing the best we possibly could. We wanted to be the best shluchim possible.
I got to ask you a question. How many hours does it take before you can become a Hatzolah member?
Today or then?
Oh, today. Well, let's say then.
It was a number of weeks, actually a number of months of taking the course, and you know, after that, it was just really, I hate to say it, was learning on the job.
On-hand experience,
yeah.
right. And today?
And today, they have, I believe it's at least a year of probationary members, and then they have what they call someone who can observe until they get them comfortable working together with the other members and following the protocols that we have.
Another question that came to mind was, were you worried about starting the Hatzolah with just 10 members and being responsible for over 800 people, you know, especially when you have times like Bein Hazmanim, you know, where people are not around? I mean, was that a concern for yourself?
Yes, it was a very big concern, and it sometimes ran into issues. You have to realize that those days, I don't think any of us owned houses. You know, talking about the first 5, 6 years of Hatzolah, most of us went away Bein Hazmanim to parents or in-laws, and you know, Pesach and Sukkot. Even the summer, many people had to go away, and they had to spend time with their families too. You're talking about a job that with only 10 people was 24/7. There weren't as many calls either. Now, I don't think we had in the beginning more than 2 calls a week. There was an incident I remember. I'll save that for later.
Okay, Rabbi. I want to remind people where to go to donate, to buy your tickets. Remember, this isn't just a donation. You can actually win some amazing prizes. The website, lakewoodhatzolah.com, lakewoodhatzolah.com, HATZOLAH. And the number to call, 732-363-5600, 732-363-5600. The packages are as follows. The dispatcher, $54 buys $75. The EMT, $100 in tickets buys $200 of prizes. The paramedic, $180 buys $400. The captain, $250 buys $600. That's almost 3 times. And the lifesaver, $500 buys $1,250. And we are now going to go to Rabbi Ribia. Thank you very much. I appreciate you, and I appreciate you more because now everybody has Hatzolah. I can tell you that. While I haven't called Hatzolah yet, in my 1.5 years of being here, many of my neighbors have, and I see them around and may they continue to do great things for Klal Yisrael.
Thank you. Hope you should never need it.
Amen. I appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, David Gabay, accompanied by Yossi Greenzweig. A little bit of entertainment while we let you make those calls.
Questions?
I want to tell our viewers tonight that just today, this afternoon, I was in the middle of a conversation with a well-known Hatzolah member, Simcha Shein, and in middle of sentence, mamash in the middle of a sentence, he picked up his radio, heard it, and was out the door in about 2 seconds. Nebuch, there was a terrible car accident today. I want to wish a refuah shalema to Shmaya David Yaakov ben Malka. Once again, Shmaya David Yaakov ben Malka, amongst all of Cholei Yisrael that Hatzolah helps. We'll sing a little kapitel Tehillim for them. שיר למעלות, אשא עיניי אל ההרים, ביין יבוא עזרי, עזרי מעם השם, עושה שמיים וארץ, אל יתן למוט רגלך, אל ינום שומרך, הנה לא ינום ולא ישן שומר ישראל, השם שומרך, השם צילך, על יד ימינך, יומם השמש לא יככה וירח בלילה, השם ישמורך מכל רע, ישמור את נפשך, השם ישמור צאתך ובואך מעתה ויד עולם. שיר למעלות, אשא עיניי אל ההרים, מאין יבוא עזרי, עזרי מעם השם, עושה שמיים וארץ, אל יתן למוט רגלך, אל ינום שומרך, הנה לא ינום, לא ינום ולא ישן שומר ישראל, השם שומרך, השם צילך, על יד ימינך, יומם השמש לא יככה וירח בלילה, השם ישמורך מכל רע, מכל רע, ישמור את נפשך, השם ישמור צאתך ובואך מעתה ועד עולם. יומם השמש לא יככה וירח בלילה, השם ישמורך מכל רע, ישמור את נפשך, השם ישמור צאתך ובואך מעתה ועד עולם, מעתה ועד עולם.
And we are back. Thank you, everybody. David Gabay. What an amazing. Yeah. Come on. Yosef Karduner classic there. Yossi Greenzweig. Yossi Greenzweig, amazing guy. I got to tell you, I miss you, man. I really do. I mean, you're still here, but you're not here. Anyways, to donate, please visit lakewoodhatzolah.com. Lakewood, HATZOLAH.com, or call Yoel. What's the number?
732-363. They should know by heart by now, by the way.
They should.
732-363-5600. Let me repeat it one more time. 732-363-5600. Operators are waiting for your call. Pick up a phone now as I'm talking to you and call 732-363-5600.
Now, me and Yoel were talking. It happens to be that everybody nowadays has a cell phone and a house phone. And they probably have some sort of connection to the outside world.
Absolutely.
So that's three mediums right there. You can be on one phone calling. On the other phone calling, you can go to the website and donate.
No excuses.
You can call your neighbor, your shviger, your sister-in-law.
No
I mean, this is
excuses.
Hatzolah we're talking about. This isn't I don't want to call it a fluff organization, but this is serious business here.
Saving
We're talking about
lives.
saving lives.
Yes.
With us, we have an amazing panel here. We have a very interesting topic. People always want to know, when do you call Hatzolah? When is it serious enough to call Hatzolah? And on the flip side, when is it not serious enough to call Hatzolah? With us, we have Dr. Neil Gittleman, one of Lakewood's leading pediatrics and experts in his field with nearly 3 decades of experience. You don't look that old. Practicing in Lakewood, he is a diplomat of the American Board of Pediatrics and a close friend of Hatzolah. Shalom Aleichem. Yoel, who else is here?
We have back with us, we have Dr. Chaim Leibowitz. We had a fascinating conversation earlier. Again, he received his medical degree from Harvard. Now, anybody says Harvard, whoa, Harvard. And there is Dupa Young Investigator of the Year Award from the American College of Chest Physicians. He is the current Chief Medical Officer of the Acute Care Health System. He's a leading member of the Medical Advisory Board of Chaim Aruchim. And is a renowned Baal Chesed. He's always there to take a lead role on many, many important projects, a very big community activist. And finally, Yossi.
Welcome, Dr. Chuna. And of course, a good friend of mine. I know his family. I know his producer. I know his brothers. I know many of the family. Of course, one of your, who was... Your father was principal of Beis Yaakov for many years. My daughters went there. Yisrael Meir Shapiro, welcome back. A longtime Hatzolah member and a community activist who is very well known for his popular Thursday night Nesivas Shalom Shir, which I have to attend live one of these times. I mean, I'm living in Lakewood.
I've been waiting for 7 years. I'm
sorry.
to
Do
get
you
there.
serve any food in that chair? Is there any food served like in the
Thursday night, good shalom.
Good shalom. Okay. Good
Joel,
shalom.
you're going to be here
Worth
tomorrow
the
night?
flight. Worth the flight from LA.
Really?
Yeah.
I
Yoel, why
might
don't
check it out.
Why
Okay.
don't you start us off?
Okay. So the first question. We received from members, these questions are submitted by members of the community who want to know, like Yossi mentioned, when to call Hatzolah. There's a lot of confusion around that topic. My child got a cut while playing outside, and it's bleeding pretty bad. Dr. Neil, when is it necessary to call Hatzolah?
Well, I guess the first thing would be, if there's any question, you can call Hatzolah. These members are available in an unbelievable short amount of time, and people can have their questions answered. In terms of necessity from a medical perspective, I would say, one, if there's any other associated injuries, right? If it was through a fall, and the finger may not be the most important part of it. So if there was a head injury, something that would go along with it. I think the first thing would be for people to be calm and to take cloth, tissue, gauze, something, stop the bleeding. Applying direct pressure is the first means. If they're fairly successful, then they can call their physician, call their pediatrician. If they're not successful or there is that associated injury, certainly Hatzolah would be the call.
So you're saying it's not always the external bleeding that we have to be concerned about. We also have to be concerned about the internal damage, something might have happened internally that we have not seen.
Same with a finger, that's less often the case. Very often people will come with a laceration on some part of the head, and while most of the people who come to the office with it are, haven't lost consciousness, are not vomiting, are not dizzy, I always try to remember to remind people that a zetz to the head is a zetz to the face is a zetz to the head, and to remember to look out for these things later on, not just to focus on the boo-boo.
So what you are saying is, first thing is to try to stop the bleeding, obviously. Make sure that the cut has been cleaned or sterilized with whatever you have available at home. If it then persists, probably call your local doctor first before you attempt to call out. So remember?
Stopping the bleeding would be more important than the washing. If it doesn't stop, then they can call to Hatzolah would be an appropriate call.
Okay. Yisrael Meir, what do you have to say on this topic?
Well, the first thing I want to say is that, of course, I want to second what Dr. Gittleman said, but just to add to that as a Hatzolah member, you urge everybody to err on the side of caution. And just as Dr. Gittleman said, when a patient may present themselves with a cut to the face, which may look superficial or something, but with a little bit more prodding, you find out from the parent that they went off a 7-foot bunk bed and had blacked out for a minute and a half, but just nicked the bed and had a cut on their face. So many times the mechanism of injury or how it happened is just as important. So As a Hatzolah member, we always tell people to err on the side of caution. You can't really go wrong by calling, by getting emergency response initiated. You can't really go wrong. But you could go very wrong by doing nothing. So, of course, Dr. Gilman is very correct. Many times once you stabilize the patient, you see that everything's okay, a call to your pediatrician or physician would be the prudent thing to do first.
I just want to point out with this answer, by the way, Yossi, do you realize that Yisrael Meir is a long-time Hatzolah member? He's a veteran.
I do.
And his answer is, make sure to call us. In other words, it's not a bother. In other words, he might be with his family, he might be at a Shabbos too, whatever it is, but they're volunteering so willingly and really so selflessly that it's it really is unbelievable.
Right,
I feel
it's 24/7,
24/7. Amazing.
That's what
We're
it is.
always here for you. So call 732-363-5600. Help us help you.
I got to tell you, y'all, I experienced several times in both living in Brooklyn and Lakewood where a child had a minor injury on the Shabbos, and the response is always, okay, well, there's that Hatzolah member like 2 blocks away. Let's go to him first. Let's have him look. He'll tell us if it's serious enough. Dr. Leibowitz, do you have anything to add?
No, first of all, I just want to echo what has been said before. The mechanism of injury is important. And just as you said, I had a privilege. I have a Hatzolah member who is working with me. A shout out to P.A. Yaakov Schechter. And so for the first time, I actually had, for hours and hours on a time, was with a Hatzolah member and saw the radio crackle and him respond, the radio crackle and him respond. And just as you said, to kind of live it and to see it, that these are people who are looking to do the right thing. They're not trying to get out of a call. They're not trying to 24/7. It doesn't matter. I mean, we get the Hatzolah response in Lakewood is absolutely phenomenal. I will even tell you, if I could, a short little anecdote. I trained in Boston. Both Neil and I both trained in Boston. I was back in Boston, and someone told me, said, what is it like living in Lakewood? Boston is, just the mecca of excellent medical care. How do you feel like being in the Ocean County hinterlands? And I told him, in all seriousness, we have one thing that you don't have. Lakewood Hatzolah. Great hospitals, but before you get to the hospitals, you need Lakewood Hatzolah. And I meant it really from the Belev Shalom.
Right, and obviously a patient may look very different after 5 minutes of the injury than after 25 minutes or 35 minutes. So when we could get the patient to professional MDs, pediatricians, a lot of times it makes all the difference in the world. It really does.
Don't think that a call to Hatzolah means you end up in the hospital. A lot of times that's not the case. Y'all, why don't you go ahead and help us out over here?
Okay, 2 questions. Okay, follow 2 questions. My daughter seems like she broke out in hives, I guess from something she might have eaten. I gave her Benadryl, and it doesn't seem to be working.
Now, Dr. Neal, I know you're very opinionated about this, so let's see what you have to say.
Dr. Neal, go.
A little bit, it'll depend on if the child has a prior history of allergies and prior history of serious allergic reactions. Hives or urticaria, as it's known medically, is very common, and it can be a sign, sort of a prelude to a more serious situation. But the vast majority of times that we see it, it's limited to urticaria, to the hives, to the skin manifestation, and that it can take time for it to resolve. The Benadryl doesn't always, or other antihistamine doesn't always show an immediate impact on the skin, and sometimes it will take time. But in a child who doesn't have a prior history, is not moving in terms of other manifestations, vomiting or anything that might be a cough, croup, a wheeze, that their level of consciousness is normal to suggest otherwise, then that would be a time then for a call to the physician to discuss it for further. But I mean, the other thing that happens and that we caution about, I mean, not direct part of the question, but is the use of a what's called an auto-injector, commonly known as EpiPen. And it's been my observation, I guess, that very often, and say not that it's indicated for only urticaria, but in situations where it is indicated, people are often hesitant, and I don't think that they should be. I think in situations, the adrenaline, the epinephrine is something that may save somebody's life, and it's not as common, if at all, for Benadryl to be able to do that.
Dr. Leibowitz, would you maybe first ask the parents, say, has your child eaten any new foods today? Like, is that a question you would ask in such a situation, or?
No, it's not a question I would ask in this situation, because to me it doesn't matter at that point if their allergic reaction is to strawberries or to Greek yogurt or to sushi at that point. As long as, I agree with what Dr. Gittleman said, if they're just manifesting the skin manifestations of an allergic reaction, hives or urticaria, with no respiratory difficulty, with no other problems, they're otherwise doing well, then I agree that that's a kind of a benign, self-limited medical problem. They should get in touch with their doctor. And if it's just limited to hives, that's not a Hatzolah call.
That's not a Hatzolah call.
Just limited hives is not a Hatzolah call.
Hives is not a Hatzolah call.
Hives is not a Hatzolah call.
Although it will alarm parents.
Though it will alarm with parents. That's why, thank God, there are pediatricians, and it's easy for me to dish this off to them, who are available to the parents in Lakewood to reassure them and also treat the patients. But, one second, I want to, hives with any question of respiratory distress is an urgent Hatzolah call.
That's like the esophagus is closing up.
Well, not the esophagus.
Could progress to an anaphylactic.
But that esophagus is something else. That's like going the food pipe. But we'll talk about the kana and veshet later. But the bottom line is, if they're having respiratory difficulties, leaving their esophagus alone, then they need to call Hatzolah.
Right, a call like that could deteriorate very quickly. Very quickly.
But if they have an EpiPen, they should administer the EpiPen and then call Hatzolah.
Right.
I heard something very funny on Sunday. Somebody told me a line. I think it was, Benadryl's never saved a life. EpiPens have.
Oh, all the time.
So you're saying that the average person should probably have an EpiPen somewhere in their house just in case?
You don't want people walking around with 8 EpiPens. Don't replace your writing pen yet with that.
What we're talking about is a situation where a person has a history, and it's been prescribed for their use.
What's the price of an EpiPen?
Good insurance.
It's expensive. Good insurance is an oxymoron as far as I'm concerned. But
an EpiPen is $350.
However, if
we need sponsors for that EpiPen, so please sponsor an EpiPen now. $350 per
and a
EpiPen.
$350 donation would for sure qualify you for the captain, which means you got at least $600 in tickets.
That's more than double, Yossi.
More than double.
But there are times when people's physicians will have in their office various copay coupons, or maybe they can get them through some other media and be able to reduce their personal exposure financially.
But we do not want the community, everyone in the community, to have
zapping each other.
EpiPens, right? We don't want them, attached to the desk.
But they
at
are,
the bank with
from
the,
what
with
I've
the little
seen.
thing.
I mean, I remember when I was in sleepaway camp in 1990s. There was maybe 2 kids in camp who were really bad allergies who had EpiPens. Nowadays, you see a lot more of them
Is it
around.
more prevalent? I mean, you see is it actually more prevalent as an adult physician or as a pediatrician as opposed to 10 years ago? I think we see it more often. Maybe it's just because the community's bigger, but...
I mean, I don't have the numbers on my fingertips, but it does seem as though there's more inquiries about it, there's more investigation, there's more that's being found, so then to provide it for the just-in-case situations is I think more common. But it's also the case, and there have been some studies in the pediatric literature about children who are having let's say moderately serious events, who received a dose of antihistamine, who later on went on to have difficulty, whereas that's not the case when somebody who is in need of an EpiPen, who gets the EpiPen, and then gets follow-up care.
We're certainly finding that schools nut-free, when we were kids, it just didn't exist. It wasn't around.
Right.
It just wasn't.
Right. I think they do think there's an increased prevalence of certain food allergies, asthma. Unclear exactly why. Some thought that maybe we're living too clean, but
Yeah, you know, by the way, this is how you know when you talk to professionals, because I have a list of questions in front of me that I'm supposed to ask them, and through the course of the conversation over the past 5 minutes, everything is being answered. It's unbelievable. And I cherish every moment, and I believe the viewers do too, and we appreciate the fact that we have these professionals, and Yisrael Meir, with us to be able to talk.
How many EpiPens would you say are on average on a bus, on an ambulance?
Well, now it's different today than it was a couple
No,
years
but
ago.
right now,
Today,
how
every
many-
member carries EpiPens now.
Every member,
Every member
are there ever
carries.
spares in the ambulance in case?
Oh, of course.
So, but that's a
course.
$350 piece of equipment right there.
It's-
How many
it's-
ambulances
it's
does
not
Lakewood
cheap.
Hatzolah have?
I think we said 8.
8
Yeah,
ambulances.
yeah.
8 ambulances. There's usually at least 2 members per ambulance showing up at a call.
No, but every member carries in their
Every member
kit
carries.
now.
So
It's
that
not,
alone
and
is
they
the reason.
expire. And they expire.
How long are they good for?
Generally like a year.
A year. So that alone is the reason why you should donate now. $350. LakewoodHatzolah.com, 732-363-5600, 732-363-5600. Yisrael Meir. My father-in-law is in his upper 70s. This is a question we got. My father-in-law is not in his upper 70s, Baruch Hashem. He will be many years from now.
Yeah.
He just moved in with us. Also didn't happen. One morning,
We could arrange
Not yet.
One morning, he just seemed not himself and confused about where he was. I got nervous and called Hatzolah, and Baruch Hashem, it was nothing. My husband thought I overreacted. Should I have called Hatzolah in this situation or not?
100%. If you're thinking that you want to call Hatzolah, generally something's wrong. Almost all the time. We get used to our lives where we wake up in the morning and we know our routine. We know the way things are supposed to feel. We know the way people around us act and react to things.
Correct.
If something seems strange, that you know the way they were acting a few hours ago or last night, and something is different, that could be a very real medical emergency. And Dr. Leibowitz will tell you he sees that all the time. When patients are older, things happen.
But what are some of the things that you think might be happening?
So an elderly patient with a change in mental status could be the sign of a whole wide range of medical illnesses.
I would say my first thought would probably be a stroke.
Well, you know, stroke could definitely be it, but much more commonly, it could be anything from urinary tract infection to constipation to dehydration to other electrolyte abnormalities. So there's a lot of possibilities that a change in mental status could be. If someone is worried that their elderly parent is not, quote unquote, acting like themselves, that would obligate, I think, relatively urgent medical evaluation. And either that's a call to Hatzolah or a trip to the hospital or a call to their doctor.
Well, that's definitely something to take into account. And we had a member here when you guys were here earlier, the other panel, that said when somebody's traveling who's elderly, please make sure that they have all their medications with them, which I guess is the first thing to make sure that they're taking their medication.
To know what they are.
Right.
Somebody other than the patient, a child, caretaker, should always know what the patient. No, if somebody's parent or grandparent or great grandparent is, and a lot of times you find they have. I mean, this is a short list. You know, sometimes you find this is why I was going to write down your father-in-law's phone number, but somebody else should know. You know, the conditions that the patient has and what medications they're taking. Could be life-saving.
Speaking of my father-in-law, I know that when his mother isn't well, or when she's on medication, or she's going to the hospital, coming back to the hospital, my mother-in-law has extensive paperwork. She knows what she's on, what she just got off, what they said that she might have to be on.
Yeah, that's a dream patient, but not everybody.
No, but
many times it's not that way. Yeah,
you might think that they're an adult, you know, they're my parent, I shouldn't, you know, meddle, but we're not talking about meddling in lives.
You're
We're
doing the
talking
right
about
thing.
saving
You're helping.
lives over
Yes.
here.
Yes.
You know, talking about senior citizens, I want to talk about the, younger kids. Ask the following question. It happens to anybody who has young kids. I think it's almost inevitable. If you have a young child at home, they're bound to jump off a bed and bang their head. And we're always told, don't put the kid to sleep after he bangs his head. First of all, is that true? And second of all, 2 hours later, 3 hours later, how long do we wait until we...
Why is
We have
everyone
our
looking at Dr. Gittleman?
We have our pediatric expert here. Who else are we going to ask?
Yeah.
Dr. Gittleman.
I mean, most things that are going to happen on the basis of a head injury would happen in the first 24 hours. The closer to the event that it occurs, in many cases, the more force, the more serious, but not always.
He says don't let your kids sleep for a day.
24
No,
hours.
he's not
24
saying
hours.
Uh,
That's what I heard.
Okay,
No.
let's rephrase that.
No,
Dr. Gilman.
so the first thing is to make an initial assessment and say, what does the child look like? How are they responding? How is their color? How is their breathing? How is their responsiveness? What did they fall from? How much do I have to worry about this?
Sorry, is there a height thing with how tall the child is and how far is?
Yeah, children who fall from things that are more than their height, more than twice the height, are more likely to be to produce injury. But I've treated patients who have unfortunately fallen out of second-story windows
Or higher.
who came with barely a scratch, and patients who have unfortunately fallen out of second-story windows
Or higher.
who came with barely a scratch, and people who fell off the couch and had a skull fracture. So these rules are not foolproof. But to me, the important thing is that, first of all, I don't feel that it's anything is going to happen to the child while they're sleeping that wouldn't happen while they're awake. The problem is you won't be able to recognize it. Right? If somebody's sleeping and then loses consciousness, you don't know about it. So I encourage people to, again, make the assessment. If the child is vomiting repeated, is not responsive, then the call is to Hatzolah. And then Hatzolah will be in touch with the pediatrician. And then I encourage people to keep the child up until they're convinced that the child is back to themselves. If that's taking place over a relatively short period of time, half hour, then in most cases things are going to be okay. But again, the first 24 hours, and there are even some more delayed things. So that's why, depending on the nature, we'll ask parents to check on the child, sometimes to try and arouse the child, even after they've been back to themselves and are put to sleep.
I've actually heard of that several times.
I suppose
wake
part
up
of
the
this
kid 2 or 3
question is
times.
that many times when a child is falling off a bunk bed, it's because they're going to sleep. So it happens all the time. You come in, child fell off, whatever condition the child is in at that time, but they're sleepy because it's time to go to sleep regardless. So the question to Dr. Gittleman is, do you put this kid's feet in cold water, play music, do everything to keep this kid awake? Or if it's 11 o'clock at night and the kid really belongs in bed, do you let them go to sleep? And you pull up a chair and observe them?
Great question.
All right. So, I mean, it depends on what the situation was. But I asked the parents to look at the child and say, is the child the way you would expect them to be when you've had to go in on checking them, and other times when you've had to get them up early in the morning to go on the trip, wake them up for school, if you've had to do something. If the child is rousable, can move, respond, their breathing is regular, they're not throwing up, then you have a little bit of assurance. But yes, it's an excellent point. If there's any question, first to get somebody else involved in terms of Hatzolah, in terms of the physician, and pulling up the chair and making the observation and watching.
Dr. Leibowitz, anything to add to that?
Obviously, Dr. Gittleman's expert in the.
What if a geriatric patient,
So a geriatric patient, there's a difference in children and geriatrics to a certain extent. I mean, more than to a certain extent. But, often my patients are able to talk to me a little bit more than sometimes a child may be able to. That's number one. Number
They can
two
explain more what they're feeling,
right,
their
but
sensation.
again, as Dr. Gittleman said, it's a clinical call. If the patient is back to themselves, then, I would worry much less. I really don't see a role, Neil. And you tell me that, if you're worried enough that you're going to have to sit there and put the kid's feet in cold water and play, David Gabay tapes, then you might as well take the patient and have them evaluated. If the patient is back to themselves and doing okay, then you can let them go to bed and come in, every hour and a half and, just arouse them, see how they are, make sure that they're, will come to consciousness relatively quickly.
Right, many times it'll just be for observation. They'll take the patient in and it's many times it's warranted, a few hours of observation, see how the patient reacts. Will the patient start to vomit, or deteriorate or get better?
The website right now is lakewoodhatzolah.com, LakeWoodhatzolah.com. Number to call, 732-3633. 732-363-5600, 732-363-5600. We're telling you when to call Hatzolah. Now I'm telling you to call Hatzolah. Not the regular number, this number. 732-363-5600. Don't call the emergency number. Call the number for tickets for our auction. Win some prizes. Donate some money to Tzedakah. Help members like Yisrael Meir be able to do their jobs that they're supposed to do. Last question I want to ask all of you is about fever. Okay, nobody's flinching yet. Two-part question. What degree of fever is considered an emergency? That's A. And B, obviously, I'm going to be asking you. My 6-year-old son has 103.7, but he's still jumping around the house in his happy self. Do I call Hatzolah?
If he's 6 years old, jumping around the house as his happy self, if it would be that that's different than his happy self, then that's a different question. But if it's his usual happy self, then I'm much less concerned about 103.7 in that child than I would be in a 6-year-old who's 101 and looks like a dish rag. Right? So a lot of it is based on on how the child is behaving.
Or what the child's normal behavior would be, I guess.
Right, and what one might expect their behavior to be when they're under the weather, as opposed to, let's say, a situation, and it's always a tricky thing. We're talking about children for sure over 2 months or over 3 months. Some would use that cutoff, but let's say a 2-week-old, right, who has a temperature of 100.5, it doesn't matter what they look like, what they're feeding like. Well, it matters in terms of how you're going to get to the hospital, but a 2-week-old in 100.5 or higher needs to be hospitalized promptly. But how the child is acting will affect how you're going to get there, and if you're calling Hatzolah to bring you or
Thank you, Dr. Gilman. Dr. Leibowitz, what degree of fever is considered an emergency? Is there a magic number?
Okay. So as far as magic numbers, just to adult patients, especially the elderly adult patient, is very different than a pediatric patient. And again, I just happen to be the father of a bunch of pediatric patients.
Right.
And the far majority of the time when they have fevers, they end up looking pretty good and they have viral illnesses. In my patient population, a fever is a bacterial infection until proven otherwise. That, the 78-year-old, the 85-year-old, the 88-year-old who's living in someone's house, someone's, one day, Mitzvah Shem, your father-in-law and mother-in-law, when they move in, is...
Soon.
When they
He's not saying amen, by the way.
He's not saying amen yet. But that's one of
Let him finish talking.
That's one of the prizes. But when they move in, so a fever in that setting is a bacterial infection until proven otherwise. And we always talk about rounding up the usual suspects in our patient population. It's question pneumonia, question urinary tract infection. There's some other, those are the biggies, question other things, and depending on what that patient population is. We define a fever in an adult hospital setting as anything over 100.5, but just as Dr. Gittleman and everyone else says, it depends on what they're doing and how they're doing. So if someone calls me up and they say their elderly relative looks good, is okay, but they felt a little hot to the touch, they have a tactile temp, they took the temperature, it's 101, I would say, it's reasonable to make an appointment to see your doctor. Just as Dr. Gittleman said, though, however, if they're not as arousable, they're not quite their self, that usually they have their disposition has changed. Usually they're incredibly pleasant or otherwise, and now they've changed, then I think then they need to be evaluated.
Right, like Dr. Leibowitz is saying, in emergency medicine especially, where numbers will help, but we're always taught not to get distracted by the numbers. Right. You have to treat the patient.
Absolutely.
You see what's going on with them, and you treat it. And sometimes the patient could have no fever, and it could be very, very serious, or, a very low-grade fever,
right,
very serious, and you'll see symptoms. You can't just say, oh, you only have 100.3, so you're not. You have to treat the patient. The numbers help out, but you can't get distracted by the numbers.
And geriatric patients famously don't necessarily mount fevers when they're very infected. So
For the final question, it's the hardest. By the way, we really appreciate your time and your expertise. It's amazing, informative, and I feel privileged. I know Yossi feels privileged to say.
I do. I actually, if I have any questions from here out with my girls, I'm calling Dr. Gittleman.
Absolutely. I'm feeling comfortable too.
And about my in-laws, I'm calling Dr. Leibowitz.
Call me, ask me. I say take them in.
Final last question. Your favorite prize what would you want to win?
Dr.
tonight?
Gittleman, I don't know if you haven't looked at the book tonight. I want to know, if you were allowed to enter this, because you're on the panel, so you definitely can't do that right now. But if you were allowed to enter this, what would your wife tell you to buy?
My wife is into masterpieces, so I think maybe that would be something on the list.
Interesting. Masterpieces. Adorn your wall with an exquisite oil painting. That's a gorgeous picture of a Rebbe. Did you see that?
Wow. Wow.
That's
Beautiful. Beautiful.
That is very nice.
That's,
Yeah.
how much ticket is that? What's that?
How about you?
We're going for the
It's
trip to
35.
Israel.
It's
We're going
number
for the trip to
35. It's
Israel.
$10. That's it.
$10 ticket.
If your wife really liked painting, she should buy 100 of those. And she for sure wins.
Mr. O'Meara, what's your favorite prize?
Like I said earlier, I'd
Money's
like
going
one in each prize. You know, there is such a thing, right? You could get one. There is
One of the $10, one of the $5, one of the...
Is there a prize where you can win
Yes,
one?
I think you can enter one in every single prize. I think so. Go for that. I
Oh,
think.
the first responder special.
Oh,
yes.
wow.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's a
Yeah.
good...
That's
you get to
$500. You get one ticket in
You
each
get a
thing.
ticket in each prize.
And you get to
Yes.
choose which prize you want in that...
I don't mind if we win all of them. You could
All
win
right.
all of them.
$1,365 value. $1,365 value
Wow.
for
Big bang for your buck,
$500.
for sure.
Wow.
That
Take
looks,
that to the bank, Noah.
Yes.
that looks great.
Dr.
That looks
Leibowitz,
great.
what would you would
Yeah.
you do the same thing?
Yeah, I would take
The first responders
special.
package.
I'll actually take two. Can you sign me up? First responders package.
Yeah,
Wow.
wow.
And if
Amazing.
And if I win, maybe I have Dr. Gittleman the masterpiece.
Well, the trip to Israel is for two, so you guys can go together.
Exactly. And then you'll take care of the town.
I'll do the tour.
The number to call, 732-363-5600. 732-363-5600. Gentlemen, I want to thank you very much. You
Thanks very
for
much.
continuing to serve
See you
Lakewood.
on stage.
Yes, see you
See you
on
on
stage.
stage.
The two of
Thank
you
you.
for
Thank you.
continuing to help the Lakewood population.
Thank you so much.
Being amazing
Thank you, Dr.
doctors
Gittleman.
from both sides of the spectrum, from young till old. Ladies and gentlemen, while we have a little bit of a changeover, we give you time to call. Please enjoy some music from Yossi Greenzweig and my good friend Uri Davidi.
Let us all say thank you to Hashem, and thank you to Hatzolah. Sing along with me, wherever you are. Let's go. תודה לך, תודה לך, תודה לך, כי לי הולך איתך ורק איתך לא יכול לי. תודה לך על חושך ועל האור הטוב, תודה לך, אתה תמיד קרוב. תודה לך על שמש בשמיים בכל יום, עליו על מנהרה בכל מקום. תודה לך על הניסים ועל התיבגה, אודה אני מלך חי וקיים. תודה, תודה לך השם, הלב דורש ומבקש, כמה שיש לומר תודה. תודה, תודה לך השם, כל הנשמה תהלקה מחכה רק להשיב תודה. תודה, תודה לך השם, הלב דורש ומבקש, כמה שיש לומר תודה. תודה, תודה לך השם, כל הנשמה תהלקה מחכה רק להשיב תודה. Hey, let's go. Wherever you are, please join me in thanking Hashem for everything and thanking Hatzolah. פותח את ידיך ומשפיע לכל חי, והריק אותי לכם ברכה עד בלי די. האל הזן ומפרנס גוזר ומקיים, ועל הכל תודה לך השם. תודה, תודה לך השם, הלב דורש ומבקש, כמה שיש לומר תודה. תודה, תודה לך השם, כל הנשמה תהלקה מחכה רק להשיב תודה. תודה, תודה לך השם, הלב דורש ומבקש, כמה שיש לומר תודה. תודה, תודה לך השם, כל הנשמה תהלקה מחכה רק להשיב תודה. Hey! שמע שיש לומר תודה, תודה, תודה לך השם, כל הנשמה תהלכה היא מחכה רק להשיב תודה, תודה, תודה לך השם, הלב דורש ומבקש, שמע שיש לומר תודה, תודה, תודה לך השם, כל הנשמה תהלכה היא מחכה רק להשיב תודה, תודה. עבור במים ויתחוני ובני ורוי סלו יתבוגו סלך דמויש לא יקובה לכו לא יסתובן בו איי כיסה עבור במים היתחוני ובני ורוי סלו יתבוגו סלך דמויש לא יסתובן בו איי לא יסתובן בו במים עם ישראל חי מתחת לשמיים עם ישראל חי מה תוירה לשמוע דיי ועם ישראל חי ליהלום היי בואי שוב במים מתחת לשמיים עם מה תוירה לשמוע דיי עם ישראל חי Wherever you might be in the world tonight, please join me. Get up and dance. Donate to Hatzolah for everything that they do for you. תסתעבור במים היתחוני היבני ורוי סי לא ישתבחו יסתילך למוי שלא יסתקו ואובו לא יסתיגם בו תסתעבור במים היתחוני היבני ורוי סי לא ישתבחו יסתילך למוי לא יסתיקו ואובו לא יסתיגם בו איי בואי שוב במים עם ישראל חי מתחת לשמיים עם ישראל חי מה תוירה לשמוע דיי ועם ישראל חי ליהלום איי בואי שוב במים עם ישראל חי מתחת לשמיים עם ישראל חי מה תוירה לשמוע דיי ועם ישראל חי
Thank you very much. Uri Davidi, Yossi Greenswag, a brand new Avram Fried song from Bring the House Down. Amazing. Great, great job. You can see them at your local weddings. Actually, even if you're not at your local weddings, Uri was in L.A. a few weeks ago. I don't know, he travels so often. He's racking up his points, you know, because he's saving his money to donate to Hatzolah. The number, 732-363-5600. Again, 732-363-5600. Little time left to still enter the auction, buy your raffles, win prizes, help an amazing organization. The organization, Hatzolah. Tonight is The Auction. If you're tuning in live, it is just a little bit after 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Hopefully you're listening worldwide or watching us. I want to also give a thank you to our sponsors, United Healthcare, friends of Hatzolah, and the entire Lakewood community who are always there when needed. To Robert Wood Johnson Barnabas Health System for their continued support of Hatzolah activities. Riverside Abstract, a leading force and model of communal dedication. The Lakewood Scoop is always there when needed and goes beyond the call to help Hatzolah's mission. Thank you, Mr. Hausenfeld. We'd also like to thank our corporate sponsors, Investors Bank, Creative EMS, the Lakewood Courtyard, Harmony Bank, ID Tech, FoodX, Toys for You, Ami, Maternal Resources, Remote Central Leisure Chateau, Dubin Contracting, the Rothenberg Law Firm, Perfect Stucco, Prime Insurance, Fulton Bank, First Priority, Kunstlinger Law Firm, Kosher West, Supreme Flooring, Gourmet Glatt, Benjamin Goldfisher from Allstate Insurance, and HomeClick. And of course, thank you to all of our devoted members who make Hatzolah the amazing organization that it is, and their wives and their families for their constant Mesiras Nefesh. As mentioned, we have a lot of amazing interviews tonight. One of them is with an independent insurance broker who happens to be licensed with United Healthcare. United Healthcare, as we know, is one of the leading providers of insurance in Ocean County. They always support Hatzolah. Hatzolah has partnered with United Healthcare in maintaining the safety and health and well-being in our communities. Ladies and gentlemen, Dale Frum. How are you, Dale?
Yes, pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure to have you. So, Dale, why does a large company like United Healthcare have an interest in helping such a local organization like Hatzolah?
United Healthcare is local as well, and we're part of this community the same way Hatzolah is part of the community. And we care deeply about the health and safety, just like Hatzolah, and that's why we're proud to partner with them. We like to think that Hatzolah takes care of the emergencies and safety in the community. We take care of the health and well-being.
So the number one first responders for emergencies and the first responding healthcare to help take care of everything that happens after Hatzolah, I guess you would say.
We'd like to think so.
We know you are always the leading provider of comprehensive and affordable health care plans. Are there any specific health care plans you would like to let our audience know about?
Basically, the difference between United Healthcare and some of the other companies is not much, except, again, we're involved in the community. You do not want the government to take care of your medical benefits, which is why private companies come in. United Healthcare has, down here in Lakewood and in many other communities, the community plan, which looks so nice up here on the banner. It's also New Jersey Family Care, it's known as.
Mm-hmm.
They provide for families, usually no cost to the family, immunizations, well care for the children, for the parents. If there's sickness, chas v'shalom, a hospitalization. Dental, we'll cover dental work. We cover prescriptions. So no cost, there's no cost to the family, and usually no cost for the services.
So you're before even copays. There's no copays and no cost.
Depending on the income level of the
So there's different
family.
levels within the family plan.
Correct.
But depending on your financial situation, if your financial situation is not good, you can get free health care, somewhat free dental care.
Correct.
I even think orthotics are included.
Everything's included.
As well as
the dental
simple
endo,
eyewear like glasses.
It's true. Dental covers braces as well.
Braces as well.
That's
And that's a huge financial help, I would say, to people in the Lakewood community.
$5,000?
$5,000 per child times 6 to 10 children. Yeah, definitely.
God willing.
What are the benefits of private coverage versus coverage directly from the government?
Do you want the government telling you what to do? As far as
I
your
definitely
healthcare?
don't want the government telling me what to do.
Enough said.
So
Okay.
private basically means you get to pick what you want.
Private is, you have use of the doctors that are in the networks, as opposed to on government, you have to go to a clinic. You could go like a mensch, you can go into a doctor's office and sit there where you're not waiting 3-4 hours, you make an appointment, and you're always better with private care because that's what they do that's how they support themselves, taking care of you, health. The government has enough problems and they don't do a lot of things well as it is.
And they want you to be healthy, I would assume.
That's why they give you a lot of these well benefits.
Mhm.
The healthier you are, the less it costs them to take care of you. So they want a healthy community.
Now, the one thing I know is always a question, at least in my family, is when you have an insurance plan, how many doctors are accepting said insurance? So would you say United Healthcare has a wide variety of doctors for?
There's a large network in the area, all specialties, from general practice to your cardiologist, your urologist, to whatever you need. You're going to find doctors in every specialty in the area.
So what are the various levels of coverage and price based on the individual needs? What are the packages, so to speak?
Again, the New Jersey Family Care, the community plans, mostly zero premium.
Mhm.
You get them depending on the income levels. And you might have a plan where you have a $5 copay at the doctor. You might have one where you have a $5 copay for a prescription. You might have one where your prescriptions are free. So
It depends on your income, but the
Correct.
reality is you can go from free to relatively free, I would say. If you're talking about $5, $10 a copay for
If
medication
you're talking
or
about the
something.
family plans, which
Yeah.
is the community plans,
Community plans.
they're basically free or, like I said, very low cost.
Well, Dale, I thank you.
And we didn't even get into my specialty.
I'm sorry, Dale, what's your specialty, Dale?
My specialty is Medicare. I know you were talking about the seniors before with the figures and everything.
That's right.
I do the Medicare programs, and a lot of programs are available. My job is to find the right one for you. Again, we also have zero premium programs. Depending on income levels, we could have programs that have zero copays. And then there's other programs that have premiums and small copays.
And
So
from what I remember, I think insurance, the older you are, the more costly it gets, right?
it can. The premiums go up. If you have a supplement, the premiums usually go up by age. We have Advantage plans, which are like HMOs. There are no premiums for that, so it doesn't matter if you're 65 or 85, same price.
So if you have an elderly parent or grandparent that's moving to Lakewood or moving to, I guess, New Jersey, anywhere in New Jersey, you definitely want to speak to Dale here, and you want to make sure that you get your United Healthcare family plan.
There you go.
Regardless of the age, regardless of how big the family is, Dale, thank you very much.
Thank you, Yossi.
Appreciate it. United Healthcare is always there for Hatzolah, and we are glad to have them being a partner. The number to call, 732-363-5600, 732-363-5600, lakewoodhatzolah.com. We are streaming live right now on Lakewood Scoop, Kol Barama, 107.9 FM, matzav.com, yeshivaworld.com, gruntig.net, and of course, FNW hotline 732-551-3351. To give us a little bit of a reprieve here between all these amazing interviews and informative pieces of information, I guess, as Yoel would say, inspiring. We have an inspiring performance by friend of mine, local Lakewood resident and Toms River resident, Yossi Greenswag and David Gabay.
Ma'ashiv lach, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, for our lives that you give us on a daily basis. Every breath we take, Ma'ashiv lach, to all the Hatzolah members, how can we ever repay you? Ki hirbeiso toi voiseloi, toi voiseloi, ki higdalto chastecho voloi, chastecho voloi, ki hirbeiso toi voiseloi, toi voiseloi, ki higdalto chastecho voloi, chastecho מושיב לך והכל שלך ליחושב מים הוא יפרף לך מושיב לך והכל שלך ליחושב מים הוא יפרף לך ואנחנו עמכו וצוינכו Vala chafetzim, lasois retzoinecho, va anachnu amcho vetzoinecho, vala chafetzim, lasois retzoinecho. Hey hey. Feel this from Yossi. Ki hirbeiso toi voiseloi, toi voiseloi, ki higdal de chasdecho voloi, chasdecho voloi, mo oshiv lach, והכל שלך ליחושב מים הוא יפרץ לך מושיב לך והכל שלך ליחושב מים הוא יפרץ לך ואנחנו עמכו וצוינכו ולך חפצים אנחנו עמכו, עמכו וצוינכו, ולך חפצים, לעשויס רצוינך. Hallelujah, hallelujah, Eloi kai v'yes mechovo. V'yosimo, v'osimo, sigvosi boy, v'yosimo, sigvosi boy. Hallelujah, hallelujah, Eloi kai v'yes mechovo. V'yosimo, v'osimo, sigvosi boy, v'yosimo, sigvosi boy. Ahoy deni, besoy dam keroy voy le kaytsiri, le kaytsiri, erse boy. Ahoy deni, besoy dam keroy voy le kaytsiri, erse boy. Hallelujah, hallelujah, Eloi kai, v'yes mechovoy, Osimo, sigvosi boy. Hallelujah, hallelujah, Eloi kai v'esmecho voy. Ve'osimo, osimo, sigvosi boy. Ahoy deni, besoy dam keroy voy le kaytsiri, erse boy. Ahoy deni, besoy dam keroy voy le kaytsiri, erse boy. Everybody call in to donate. 732-363-5600. Once again, 732-363-5600. It's an emergency. We need your money. Hatzolah needs your money. They don't think twice to help you. Call in right away, right away. Ahoy deni, besoy dam keroy voy le kaytsiri, erse boy. Ahoy deni, besoy dam keroy kaytsiri, erse boy. Hallelujah, hallelujah, Eloi kai, v'yes mechovoy, Osimo, sigvosi boy. Hallelujah, hallelujah, Eloi kai v'yes mechovoy. Osimo, sigvosi boy. Ahoy deni, besoy dam keroy voy le kaytsiri, erse boy. Ahoy deni, besoy dam keroy voy le kaytsiri, erse boy.
Wow, that was beautiful. Thank you, David Gabe, and thank you, Yossi Greenswag. You know, it takes real talent, not just to sing a song, but to sing a solicitation for fundraising. That takes talent. David, amazing job. I'm probably imagining people are picking up the phones right now and calling our operator 732-363-5600. Let me just say this. What's the fastest animal in the world? Everybody knows it's a cheetah. 75 miles per hour, 0 to 60 in 3 minutes. It leaps 26 feet horizontally in the air. It spends most of the time in the air. But you know what? According to scientists, the fastest animal in the world is not a cheetah. It actually travels less than a mile per hour. I'm not going to tell you its name because I can't even pronounce it. It's tinier than a sesame seed. And the reason why scientists say that is the fastest animal in the world is because they measure speed not just based on the distance traveled per second, but relative to the animal's body size. The cheetah travels around 80 feet per second, but that's only 5 or 6 times its body size. This tiny mite travels 344 times its own body size. So even though it travels less than a mile per hour, according to scientists, that's the fastest animal in the world. I want to tell you something. Hashem measures tzedakah not based on how much you give objectively, but based on your bank account. You can have a guy give $1 million. If he's a multi-billionaire, he's not as big of a Baal Tzedakah than somebody who makes $60,000 salary and gives $100. So please pick up the phone, do whatever you can. 732-363-5600, LakewoodHatzolah.com. We have a very, very special guest right now. I have the privilege of interviewing Rabbi Avram Waxman. We met before, and I have to tell you, we met not in the middle of the day. We met 2 o'clock in the morning after Pesach. And Rav Avram Waxman was sitting with me, and we were strategizing, and we were thinking about how we can fundraise for Hatzolah. Rav Avram is the director of development for Hatzolah, who tirelessly works day and night, building the relationships and raising the money that Hatzolah needs in order to carry on their life-saving work. Rav Avram, how are you?
How are you?
All right, great to have you.
Good to see you again, y'all.
Yeah. So let me ask you this. You've been in Lakewood for a long time, and you've seen the community grow, Baruch Hashem. How has the Lakewood community's growth affected Hatzolah as an organization?
Well, when Hatzolah years ago started out, it started out as a campus squad. Today, we're covering a much larger area, about 27.5 square miles. And as Lakewood grows by leaps and bounds, and the calls become more frequent and more per day, the amount that we need in order to equip the members properly, the amount of ambulances, and the seriousness of the calls that are happening now, as we have people moving in from outside and people in the aging of the community, the Hatzolah is besides the budget, but the frequency of calls and the need for equipment has grown tremendously.
Let me ask you, so you keep on mentioning the amount of calls have increased. Approximately how many calls does Hatzolah go on each year?
Last year we were up to about 6,500 calls during the year.
6,500 calls during the year. We respond to each and every one of your call within 30 seconds. Please respond to our plea, 732-363-5600. Rabbi Avram, we know that people may not know this. How much does it cost for an average member's equipment?
An average member, when we take a member on, and we have to give him a radio, we have to give him a defibrillator, we have to give him a bag full of equipment, that in itself is about $5,000, okay? Constantly refreshing equipment and getting him oxygen tanks, and many of them have 2 cars, and we have to have 2 bags for each one. And we just now we took on another 5 members, and all of this is constantly growing, and we do our best to make sure that every year is covered with a member and have it done properly, and it's about $5,000 per member.
Wow. Rabbi say you have an opportunity to sponsor one of the members' equipments, $5,000. Get on the phone, $5,000 for one member's equipment that can save multiple lives, 6,500 calls a year.
Just imagine the investment somebody has on that.
Imagine the investment. I totally agree. Yeah, imagine the investment. It's really
somebody does that $5,000 for the equipment, and who knows how many lives that member will save.
Who knows how many lives? Exactly. Bavrom, I'm looking forward to asking you the following question, because we did a video together with your help. We did the video about a person's life who was saved because one of the members had with them a Life Pack 12. Tell us, how much does a Life Pack 12 cost?
Okay, so let me just give you as a little bit of a introduction to the Life Pack 12. Hatzolah of Lakewood finds itself at the cutting edge of most EMT squads, certainly in the area of New Jersey, and even outside New Jersey. We were the first ones in the area, the first volunteer first aid squad to have a device called a thumper, which does automatic compressions for during CPR, and and we were in the forefront. Many first aid squads, like from Tom's River and other volunteer first squads, came to see us do that. We put value on life, and we make sure to protect the community by having every member equipped and having enough of the equipment to be on the cutting edge of emergency medical services. The Life Pack 12 that we're talking about is for paramedics. They carry those, and we're trying now to make sure that every paramedic has one in his car and ready to go. Besides the ones on the ambulances. Those cost approximately $10,000 a piece. Now that, as we saw in the video, and I'm sure we'll show the video this evening, that $10,000, although we can't put a value on a life, but that Life Pack saved a member of the community's life, as well as who knows how many other people that it will save, and how many children will have their father or their mother or somebody even live another 6 months or a year, an elderly person, if he has that life pack there at the right time to be able to do its job. $10,000 seems like a small investment to put on a life.
That's right. You know, I'm interested. As you're talking, I'm thinking about the name Life Pack. Kishmoy Kenta Hilosai. That's really what it is. It's a pack that can save so many lives. Life Pack. And as Rabbi Waxman said, $10,000. The investment is infinite. Call now 732-363-5600. Help Hatzolah. Help the community. Rabbi Waxman, let me ask you this: how much does a defibrillator cost, and what's the difference between a defibrillator and a Life Pack?
Well, I don't want to go into the details because all I am is I raise the money and I'm not an EMT.
You're not qualified
but
to do that?
I can just tell you the basics,
Okay.
The paddles on a regular defibrillator don't have all the EKG capabilities of a Life Pack, and it's a much more basic type of device. But it has saved lives, and we try to equip all our members with a defibrillator. A defibrillator is about $1,800, and again, many defibrillators have saved lives before a paramedic might get there with a Life Pack to be able to do that. To be able to put on the more sophisticated device, the defibrillator is an important thing for every member to have, and we try to equip our members with defibrillators. So again, $1,800 is a small price. 732-363-5600.
If you can't do $10,000 for a Life Pack, you can't do a member's equipment for $5,000. $1,800 is maybe up your alley. Please call and support Hatzolah. Last question, Rabbi Waxman. Tell us a little bit about what goes into Hatzolah budget, training, insurance, equipment, all those stuff.
Hatzolah's budget last year was about $1.5 million. And that did not include the fact that we bought 2 new ambulances last year, because that was to replace antiquated ambulances, not even to buy new ambulances and add onto the fleet, which at this point we might even think about doing. The $1.5 million includes many things. Insurance. Insurance is an umbrella policy that covers the members and covers our buildings and covers our vehicles. There's vehicle maintenance. There's Shabbos drivers for the members on Shabbos and Yontif. There's all types of equipment. There's just basic medical supplies for every member. All of this goes into our budget. That's a very quick summary of our budget. There are many more details to it. And the $1.5 million is something that keeps this organization running, and no one should ever need it. But it's good when I always tell people when they put their head on the pillow at night, it's good to know that if chas v'shalom at any point for whatever reason, be it an emergency or for a positive thing that Hatzolah could do, it's good to know that they have that insurance policy that for that $1.5 million is a community effort to make sure that we have it, and we have it in a respectable way, and it's everybody's chance to be able to help us out right now.
Incredible. Rabbi Waxman, you know, I got to know you over the past few months when we did the video and worked together. Rabbi Waxman is selfless, devoted, dedicated, completely committed to the cause. Help Rabbi Waxman with the fundraising efforts. Help Hatzolah help you. Again, 732-363-5600, lakewoodhatzolah.com. Don't forget, there's an auction coming up. Packages, the dispatcher, $54 buys a $75 value. The EMT package, $100 buys $200, double the amount of money you invested. The paramedic buys $180 for $180, $400. The captain, $250, buys you $600, and the lifesaver, $500, $1,250. Don't feel limited to these suggestions. Obviously, $1,800 for a defibrillator, $5,000 for the equipment of a member, and $10,000 for a life pack. And Kol HaMosif is Meshubach. So please answer warmly and pick up the phones or go to the website and donate whatever you can, whatever's in your capabilities. We'd like to now introduce this year's video. I want to talk about this year's video. I've had the opportunity to do some videos before, and when I heard the Hatzolah story video and the Hashgacha Pratis, which is a testimony to how HaKadosh Baruch Hu is with these Hatzolah members and enables them to save lives. It's unbelievable. With such a large community, Lakewood community, you have 69 Hatzolah members, and they manage to respond to every call within 30 seconds. The Hashgacha Pratis of this video will blow you away. Stay tuned, watch the video. Promise you'll be inspired. And afterwards, we have a special surprise.
It was 3:30 a.m., and Rabbi Mordechai Sultan woke up with chest pains. He wasn't sure whether it was just experiencing some indigestion or maybe it was something more serious. So just to be on the safe side, he woke up his wife and they decided to call Hatzolah. She called, and within seconds, Hatzolah paramedics were at the door.
We pulled up to the house within 30 seconds of being called, and we met the gentleman at the front door. And we could see he's in, somewhat of distress. He seemed uncomfortable.
They brought with them a special high-tech machine called the LifePak 12 that tests the heart.
They said, you know what, we'll put the leads on you just because we're here and you're here, so let's just double check. So they put the leads on me, and that's when it happened.
Subtly, he says he's really not feeling well. His eyes roll back into his head, and he begins to have a seizure. We immediately looked at the cardiac monitor, the LifePak, and we saw that he was in cardiac arrest. He had just died in front of us.
The paramedics were forced to shock his lifeless body.
We immediately shocked him in order to jumpstart his heart and bring him back to life. Within 30 seconds, the patient was speaking with us again. He knew where he was, he knew his name, and he wanted to know what happened.
My gratitude is with them. My wife's gratitude, my children's gratitude, my family's gratitude doesn't end.
Hatzolah's buses are equipped with defibrillators, but usually never with a LifePak 12. So why did Hatzolah volunteers have a detection machine with them? And how were their paramedics there? And why were they seconds away from the house at 3:30 in the morning? Listen to this amazing story.
I got a phone call on Tisha B'Av from a relative of mine up in the Catskill Mountains. And they told me that their son hasn't been feeling well for a few days. He was extremely weak, so they called the Catskills Hatzolah. They found his heart rate was very, very slow. They really wanted to go to a local hospital, but the parents were insistent on calling the son's pediatrician. Dr. Shannick insisted that he be brought to Children's Hospital in Philadelphia. We put together a crew over here, and we started going out. Because of this child's nature and symptoms, we decided to bring some advanced life support equipment, including a LifePak 12, which is essentially an EKG machine, and it's able to monitor a patient's rate, rhythm, and whatever else is going on. We met up with them, we assumed care, and we continued on the way to CHOP.
It took them 4 hours to reach Philadelphia, and by the time they were done with the entire trip, it was the wee hours of the morning.
The guy who was driving was just driving. He was also extremely exhausted, and we missed the first exit that would have been ideal. We missed the second exit, which would have brought us to Lakewood a few minutes later. We ended up taking the exit, which is up in Freehold, which is an extra 15 minutes out of the way. As we pulled into town, we're all looking at each other. We could barely even keep our eyes open.
And as they were driving down County Line Road, they received the call.
My husband is complaining that he has chest pains. He's very nervous. We'll send somebody over. Thank you.
We said, instead of having other members get out of bed, we're a couple of blocks away. Let's just head over, see what's going on. Every second counted to get us to be exactly where we had to be at the exact right second.
A Lakewood Hatzolah vehicle with a team of paramedics and the exact equipment needed were on their way to his doorstep at 3:30 in the morning before he even woke up.
The world stopped for me. Everybody was there for me when I needed them to be there, without any thought of themselves.
Many times in life, we feel like we're up against a brick wall. Whether it's difficulties finding a shidduch or a job, whether it's challenges at home or the struggle of raising children, we have to remind ourselves constantly that way before we ever knew there was a problem, Hashem already prepared the solution. All Hashem wants from us is to turn to Him, trust in Him, and ultimately come closer to Him.
Every day is another gift, and every day is another reason to say thank you.
Wow. I don't know, y'all. I've seen
Hatzolah salutes Riverside App
in the last few days.
and Preferred Health Care for their continued support.
And the fact that we're here tonight at the auction for the organization, broadcasting live around the world to well, to Lakewood alone, hundreds of families, thousands of families, but worldwide to Jews everywhere, that they get to see this video if they've never seen it before, and then to have Rabbi Sultan with us in person after watching. Rabbi Sultan, does it get easier when you watch that video, even though it's just like a representation of things that happened?
It never gets easier. It's always going over the hashgacha pratis of that night. It just keeps reminding me, keeps me going. It never lets me forget, and it's a good thing not to forget.
You know, the interesting thing is that there's so much, you know how they say the book is better than the movie? There's so much we couldn't put into that video. There's so much hashgacha pratis that was left out. I want to start with something really important, Rabbi Sultan. Tell us about the number, because you don't live in Lakewood. You live in Brooklyn, and you were here for a few weeks in the summer, as you're here now. So tell us about the Hatzolah number. How did you get the Hatzolah number?
So it's interesting that you're starting with that, because I spoke in school. When right after it happened, they asked me to speak in school before Yom Kippur. And I started off by asking the kids, when did my story begin? When did my story begin? When I called? Did my story begin that morning in the mountains? Or did my story begin a month and a half before that, when our balabas took the original phones and put those phones there? And that's really, it's so clear that Hashem was already manufacturing my saving from back then in June when we took over the house. How the balabusta decided that she needed specific phones for whatever reason, and she left us those phones, and the phones that her regular phones did not yet have the Hatzolah number on it, and those phones had the Hatzolah number on it. So it's like, had she not decided to take those phones, her phones with her, then we would have been scrambling for a number.
I'm getting the chills as you speak. I need like some silence just to like take it in, this impact, this piece of information, how you put it so well. It started in the beginning of the summer when she decided to leave those phones there, so you can have a month and a half later the Hatzolah's number. By the way, it just shows the importance of how important it is to have Hatzolah's number on your phone. Have Hatzolah's number on your phone, because you probably never imagined that you will need that number.
Never. Lakewood.
I would say your story starts before that, probably 3 years prior when she put the sticker on for the first time.
The first time, maybe.
That's true. Yes.
That's a good.
I don't know. This thing is
it really goes back. You know what? You know my favorite part of the video though is, Rabbi Sultan, when you come on and you say after the paramedic that showed up on the scene, Nuchi Shapiro, who by the way did a wonderful job in the video, he says what happened. You weren't aware when you woke up that you just had a heart attack.
Nope.
Is that correct?
I did not know I had a heart attack.
What did you think happened?
I had no idea what happened. Hatzolah would not say a word to me. They were so professional and so perfect. They took care of me. They took care of my wife. They took her aside. They made sure that she was okay and that she was clear. And until the doctor later on, after the procedures, I asked him, when can I go back to work? And he says, you're not going anywhere for a month. You just had a heart attack. That's the first time I heard the words heart attack.
Wow. You thought when they were taking you to the hospital that you just passed out?
I had no idea why.
Were you aware that you passed out, that you fell asleep?
I was aware that I fell asleep.
Fell asleep?
He must have woken up and said, hey, why is everyone here?
I knew that they were there when I fell asleep.
Oh, so you were there.
They were there when I don't know how long I passed out. I found out on the video how long I passed out.
Right. I got to tell you, Rabbi Waxman told me, and several members told me this, that they're very, very private Hatzolah members. They will come to a call for whatever it may be. You will not get their names. They do not want to meet you afterwards, especially in circumstances such as births. They want to remain anonymous. They're there to do their job. Who they are and what they are, and you want to send them a thank you, that's not what they're about. For them it's privacy. No. And they expect, can you imagine if you would have heard on the spot that you had a heart attack, you would have had another one. Say, what?
They were perfect from the beginning to the end. The way they pulled over in the middle to get the IV lines in without like a machine, like a perfect machine. This one was doing that, the next guy was doing something else, and it was like, and all the same time, they're taking care of things, prepping the hospital for me. It was amazing.
Yeah. You know, as you said, Yossi, you know, when we did the video, I was trying to get the paramedic and everybody to come on. They were refused to come on and share the story with the public, like you said, unless they had explicit permission from Rabbi Sultan and his wife to share that story. And because they have such a karas hatov, and you know, and they can testify personally how Hatzolah helped them.
And you would think that would be crazy. Like, why? This is like great publicity. This is a great service that Hatzolah has provided that they want to let the world know about.
No.
But they're not about that.
Exactly.
But that's why we have events such like this. You know, we're here to raise funds in order to get them to do what they can do, to remain anonymous and help you out in any way that they can. They're there to help their fellow Jew in the very basic of needs. The number to call is 732-363-5600. 732-363-5600. This is your last chance. There's seriously a few minutes left to donate. And we're not just talking about prizes, but we're talking about helping Hatzolah get major equipment, such as the equipment that they used for Rabbi Sultan. What was the name of the
Life Pack.
Life Pack 12.
Yeah.
$10,000 for Life Pack 12. And without the Life Pack 12, they would have thought that he fell asleep or he passed out.
Right. That's
we would
exactly
have never
it.
known.
Yeah.
And I think statistics show with a heart attack that the longer the person's out of it, you know, he might have brain problems later.
It's worse than that.
Worse than that.
When I got out from I spoke with the doctor and he told me what happened to me, basically he said my lights went out. He said most of the time your lights just dim. He says your lights went out. There was nothing left. In the hospital, the doctor told me that this specific episode, this thing, it's still hard for me to say the words. This specific episode is a 90% fatality. So the fact that they were there, the fact that this specific machine was hooked up to me, that they were able to tell what it was right away, is what saved my life.
And then they could start CPR. You know, they don't have to worry about oxygen getting to the brain. It's literally milliseconds in that kind of situation.
That's amazing.
Are what count. And Shgacha protest that he was hooked up to that machine, which happened to be at that bus, which happened to be on that call after everything that happened.
You know, the bracha of Mechaya Mason must be a completely different bracha. You know, most of us don't relate to that, but you actually had this experience of literally being brought back, you know, to life.
When I davened after that, I had a hard time davening because I didn't feel like I deserved. I didn't deserve anything. Hashem gave me everything back. I couldn't get past the first bracha. Just Mechaya Mesim, did I have a right even to say it anymore? It was a crazy feeling, and it all came because of Hatzolah. Hatzolah was there. They didn't think about going to sleep. They thought about coming to me.
Right. Because they were on their way back. Right. If you watch the video, or you're tuning in right now, they were on their way back.
From upstate call.
From upstate call that they spent the entire previous day, and they could have gone Tisha B'Av, mind you. And they could have gone to sleep, and some other member could have answered, and the other member probably wouldn't have had a Life Pack 12 because of the story. Those members were paramedics, and they needed to bring up Life Pack 12. What most people don't know, and we didn't mention in the video, is that the child that the paramedics went
upstate
was misdiagnosed. In other words, the whole call was to save Rabbi Sultan's life. I mean, it's unreal. It's really unreal.
No words.
No words.
There's there's nothing to say.
No words. You know, it's really my favorite part of the video, and you try to thank Hatzolah, and you can actually see you're struggling for words because, I mean, what words can you say?
What words? Should I take a picture of my upcoming bar mitzvah Yetz Hashem that I'm going to be at? Should I take a picture of Kenai Nahara, my mishpacha, that I'm still with at a Shabbos table for? What can I show them? What can I do for them that would actually, you know, fill what I'm feeling and fill the facts? I mean, they saved my life. Well, it doesn't go past that.
Yeah, we were talking about EpiPens earlier for $3,600.
Yeah.
Over here you have a Life Pack.
$360.
That's $10,000.
Yeah.
That can use numerous times without an expiration date.
And by the way, he's a Rebbe. He's mechanech generations. I mean, you talk about the schusim that come out of one Life Pack 12, which is $10,000. It's
so you save one life, you're saving the world.
That's besides the book, but he's a Rebbe. He's a father. He's really a builder of future generations. And I really appreciate people at home. The block to donate to Hatzolah is people at home might think that they will never need Hatzolah. So it's a nice organization for people who need Hatzolah. But your story proves that we never know.
Rabbi,
we never know who's going to. You never thought you will need Hatzolah when you came to Lakewood for the sun for 2 weeks.
Rabbi Gold, is there a person in the world who doesn't know somebody who was saved by Hatzolah or helped by Hatzolah? Is there a person? I'd like to see a person in the world that didn't have some kesher in some way to Hatzolah somewhere. A father, a brother, a sister, a child, a neighbor, somebody who didn't have a kesher to Hatzolah.
No, and I don't think anybody could say it better than a person who experienced it himself. Rabbi Sultan, we can't thank you enough for doing the video and for coming on. This is the last chance.
We know this is not easy for you.
It's not
we know
easy.
this is not easy. But in order sometimes...
I have a normal rule. I don't usually talk to kids above 4th grade.
That's okay. Both of us are.
Yeah, we're good.
I usually shy away from anybody older than 4th grade.
I'll tell you why we brought you on tonight. You know, till now we were asking nicely, me and Rabbi Yoel, people to give for the prizes, give for the organization. But it gets at this time of night when there's minutes left to donate to organization, and we know that we have to show them firsthand what Hatzolah does. So unfortunately, we have to make, I guess, a survivor, somebody who came back through Hatzolah, bring him on, show you, pull your heartstrings, show you personally, have him plead, because without people like this...
A person doesn't know.
They don't know.
A person should never know.
Never know.
But just in case, they're there.
Yeah.
732-363-5600. 732-363-5600. LakewoodHatzolah.com. LakewoodHatzolah. Now is the last time for this year. This is your last time to get in on some amazing prizes. This is the last time for you to donate this year to make a difference in the equipment that Hatzolah has, in the amount of power they have, the amount of work that they can do, 365 days a year, 24/7. This is your time. Call now, 732-363-5600. Basultan.
Thank you so much.
I feel I have to ask
Thank
you for a
you
bracha.
for
I don't know.
everything. Not me. I'm the one who has to get
the.
I'm the one who needs the brachas.
May you have
Thank
much nachas from your family.
Amen. Amen. Thank you.
And keep teaching lots of Torah.
Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got a little bit more entertainment while we have the last few minutes for you to call in. After that, we'll start picking winners. But right now, Yossi Greenzweig, musician extraordinaire, David Gabay, singer extraordinaire, a little bit of musical entertainment.
Rabbi Sultan, I just want to say something. I think you're the living experience, you're the living example of Ribono Elohim Yodati, Ki Hineni V'Yodcha, that we are all in HaKadosh Baruch Hu's hands. Ribono Elohim Yodati, 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 Ki Hineni B'Yodcha, B'Yodcha, B'Yodcha Levad. Ki Hineni B'Yodcha, B'Yodcha, B'Yodcha Levad. Kach Omer B'Yad, B'Yad Hayotzai. Ribono Elohim Yodati, Yodati, Yodati. Ki Hineni B'Yodcha, B'Yodcha, B'Yodcha Levad. Ki Hineni B'Yodcha, B'Yodcha, B'Yodcha Levad. Kach Omer B'Yad, B'Yad Hayotzai. Ay ve'im gam yisamaytz be'aytzois v'sach be'lois v'sach be'lois B'chol yoshvai sahi ve'liamdu limini le'oshiyayni ve'lismoich nafshi Mi baladai Mi baladai yischo ve'yezroscho Ay nay nay nezro Vishio Oy ay nay nay ne vezro Vishio Ay riboino Elohim Yodati 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 Oy ki hineni b'yodcha 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 Levad Oy oy levad
כי הנני ביודך 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 לבד כך הוא אומר ביד ביד היוצר אוי ואם גם יסמת ביד זויס וסך בילויס אוי וסך בילויס אוי וכל יושבי סייבל יעמדו לימיני להושיעני ולשמוח נפשי מבלעדי מבלעדי וסחו ויזרוסחו עיני נזרו וישיו עיני נזרו וישיו In fact, I think every call that Hatzolah takes, every Hatzolah remembers, every Hatzolah member remembers that Ribono Ilomim Yodati Ki Hineni Biyodcha Levad. We all belong to you. Everything is from you. Hu Yodati Ki Hineni Biyodcha 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 Levad. Ki Hineni Biyodcha 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 Levad. כך הוא אומר ביד ביד היוצאי ריבונו אלוהים יודעתי 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 הנני ביודך 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 לבד כי הנני ביודך 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 לבד כך הוא אומר ביד ביד היוצאי נוי אוי 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 ואם גם יסמת בעצויס וסך בילויס אוי וסך בילויס וכל יושבי סייבל יעמדו לימיני להושיעני ולשמוח נפשי אוי מבלעדי מבלעדי אסחו ויזרוסחו עיני נזרו אוי וישיע אוי עיני נזרו אוי וישיע יודעתי אוי כי הנני ביודך 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 לבד אוי 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 לבד אוי כי הנני ביודך 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 לבד כך הוא אומר ביד ביד היוצאי אוי ואם גם יסמת ביעצויס וסך בילויס אוי וסך בילויס אוי וכל יושבי סייבל יעמדו לימיני להושיעני ולשמוח נפשי מבלעדי מבלעדי אסחו ויזרוסחו עיני נזרו אוי וישיו אוי עיני נזרו אוי וישיו And as we're getting to that time of night where the children are being put to sleep, if they're not already, Hamalach Hagoy Eloisi, some people feel like that about Hatzolah members. Guardian angels over us. Everybody has an inspirational story to share with their own Hamalach. Hamalach Hagoye Oisi Mikoro Yevorech Esaniyorim Vikorei Vohem Shemi Hamalo Hagoyim Oy si mikoro Yevorech es aniyorim Bikorei bohem shemi Noy b'shem b'shem avoy Isaiah Avraham veYitzchok veYitguloroy bekerev horetz Oy v'shem avoy Isaiah Avraham veYitzchok veYitguloroy bekerev horetz This Hamalach Hagoy Eloisi of my latest album Akol Tova, composed by Lakewood Hatzolah member Rabbi Moshe Rotberg, who was here on the show tonight. We value you, Rabbi Moshe. Hamaloch Hagoyim Oy si mikoro Yevorech es haneyorim Bikorei bohem shemi Noy v'shem v'shem avoy Isaiah Avraham veYitzchok veYitguloroy bekerev horetz Oy v'shem 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 avoy Isaiah Avraham veYitzchok veYitguloroy bekerev horetz
Beautiful song there. Great Hamalach off his brand new album, Hakol Letova. All for the good. And that in itself is a good message for tonight. All for the good. Pick up the phone, 732-363-5600, 732-363-5600. Just a few minutes left to get in those last-minute raffles. Get your tickets. Donate money to Hatzolah. If Rabbi Yoel was here, I'm sure he would have an inspiring story. He'll be back soon with an inspiring story. LakewoodHatzolah.com. We also want to thank our sponsors for tonight. United Healthcare, Friends of Hatzolah, and the entire community of Lakewood. They would like to thank United Healthcare, who are always there when they are needed. Robert Wood Johnson Barnabas Health System, for their continued support of Hatzolah activities. Riverside Abstract, a leading force and model of communal dedication. The Lakewood Scoop is always there when needed and goes beyond the call of the duty to help Hatzollah's mission. We'd like to thank the following corporate sponsors: Investor Bank, Creative EMS, the Lakewood Courtyard, Harmony Bank, IDT, FoodX, Toys for You, AMI, Maternal Resources, Remote Central, Leisure Chateau, Dubin Contracting, the Rothberg Law Firm, Perfect Stucco, Prime Insurance, Fulton Bank, First Priority, Kunstlinger Law Firm, Kosher West, Supreme Flooring, Gourmet Glatt, Benjamin Goldfisher from Allstate Insurance, HomeClick. And of course, thank you to all our devoted members who make Hatzolah the amazing organization that it is, and their wives and families for their constant Mesiras Nefesh. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you see this beautiful banner right behind here. You see, it says TheAuctionLIVE. You'll see United Healthcare, which is New Jersey-wide healthcare system. RWJ Barnabas, which is New Jersey-wide. But the only Lakewood company logo you see here is Riverside Abstract. David, Do you know who we're lucky enough to have with us tonight?
I think so.
Do you know Ozzy?
I know Ozzy.
This is Ozzy Mindick, the CFO of Riverside. How do you know Ozzy?
Who doesn't know Ozzy? Ozzy's around town. Ozzy's a familiar face here in town. Riverside Abstract does a fantastic job at what they do, and they support amazing causes. And I really have to ask, Ozzy, first of all, Shalom Aleichem, welcome to the live auction. It's a pleasure to have you. Here we have CFO, again, Ozzy Mindick. Riverside Abstract is such a huge advocate of, first of all, the Lakewood community at large, and secondly, more biprat, Hatzolah. Why? What is special about Hatzolah that you can tell us, that you connect with, that makes you such a huge advocate of this wonderful organization?
Abstract is a title company. We do a lot of closings. We see that Lakewood has grown. Lakewood's become into Tom's River, Jackson, Brick. We see the closings going. I mean, the square mileage that Hatzolah must be supporting is huge, because we see that we're doing closings for houses all over the place. And the thought came to mind is that we're growing, and we see the Lakewood community is growing. The question is, how is Hatzolah going to be able to grow together with all this growth? And it's virtually impossible for them to continue. You can reach out to more people, but there's, they have to have some big sponsors, people to really come aboard and say, how can we help? What can we do to help out Hatzolah? Hatzolah is always there for us. Riverside's a service-based industry. We know someone's on call 24/6 and always there, ready to answer a call. If you call 3 o'clock in the morning, there'll be somebody there. The response time for that person's answer is not as good as any Hatzolah call, and with the devotion and the dedication that the Hatzolah guys put into the cause. On a personal note, I mean, my son had to be rushed to CHOP a few years ago, and as we're getting into the ambulance at 2 o'clock in the morning, I hear one member tell the other one, okay, we're going, you're not going. And he said, no, I'm going, you're not going. And we're talking about going to CHOP, it's a long trip, it's going to be an all-nighter, and one tells the other one, but you were up all night last night already, you can't go again tonight. So it's an organization, as everyone's been mentioning throughout the night. They're always there. You never know when they're going to be there for you. It's not a question of, you got to support it. It's a cause that's got to be supported by the community. We always got to be there for them.
I got to tell you, besides being an advocate for Hatzolah and helping the community, I can't count the amount of times that I open up a publication in Lakewood and see Riverside jobs available. Not just, helping the community, but I think Ozzy told me they have like 80-something people working there?
80 plus
people. I mean,
and counting.
And counting. And you have people coming, girls graduating, couples getting married, people, looking for a job. Besides helping the community with community help, they also help the community with giving jobs. And that's something we definitely have to applaud Riverside for. So Ozzy, thank you.
It's a pleasure to support Hatzolah. Everybody, please give as much as you can. As everyone said before, $100, $1,800, $10,000. We saw Rabbi Sultan here before. It's an inspiration just to watch him. You see a man walking around that you don't want to say it, but he's here, and he was able to give the interview. Chas v'shalom, if Hatzolah wouldn't have been there at 3 o'clock in the morning or whenever it was, be there for them, be there for Hatzolah. Please give as generously as possible, and Mirz Hashem, we should all be not in need of Hatzolah's help.
Thanks, Ozzy. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having
Good
me.
luck, and thank you again to Riverside Abstract. Look at them. They're right there. Ladies and gentlemen, a few minutes left. David, do you know what that phone number is to call to get people to come in?
Guys, LakewoodHatzolah.com, 732-363-5600. Once again, it's 732-363-5600. It's crucial. It's vital. We need it. We need your money. Hatzolah needs your money to keep going and do what they do for you.
There are people standing by right now. As I said before, we were nice before. We were going through some of the prizes. We were looking at the books. But Lamaisa, your money is going to help save somebody's life. Chances are, with Hashgacha Pratis and the way things work, it might be somebody you know. Unfortunately, I hope that doesn't come to it. But the reality is this equipment is needed. Rabbi Waxman said it's a huge financial strain. I mean, 8 ambulances, I'm sure the upkeep, if they want to get new ambulances, the equipment, everything else, these are all volunteers. It's a huge financial strain. I believe Rabbi Waxman said there was about 60-something members, 60-something Hatzolah members. For how many people would you say, Ozzy, are living in Lakewood today or surrounding areas?
Thousands.
Thousands of families, not individuals.
Times between 7 and 10. So you're talking about a lot of people.
Huge amount of people, and they're doing everything they can. They're always available 24/6. Remember, this money's
24/7.
not go 24/7.
They're 24/7.
Thank you, Vytorsky. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, one more time, 732-363-5600. Last chance. Vytorsky's telling me you gotta go and get it. I'm sure if you saw Mayor Shapiro here, he would tell you too. Call now, 732-363-5600, lakewood@solo.com. Uri David Yossi Greenzweig, give us a little music while we let those last couple of calls trickle in before we close and start picking winners.
All right, let's go.
Good job.
Last chance to donate. ריבונו של עולם, אני יודע שבביס המקדוש השלישי הנה בנוי מאבנים ובנוי עם מדמעוי. ריבונו של עולם, אני יודע שבביס המקדוש השלישי הנה בנוי מאבנים ובנוי עם מדמעוי. ועם כל מה שאתה צריך, רק הוא ידמעך. ועם כל מה שאתה צריך, רק הוא ידמעך. בבקשה ככה שלי, בבקשה ככה שלי, היי ריבונו של עולם, ככה שלי, בבקשה ככה שלי, בבקשה ככה שלי, היי ריבונו של עולם, ככה שהוא. That's it. I think this thing is only a couple minutes left to donate. The phones are closing. Please join us and donate to Hatzolah. ריבונו של עולם, אני יודע שבית המקדוש השלישי הנה בנוי מאבנים ובנוי עם מדמעוי. ועם כל מה שאתה צריך, רק הוא ידמעך. ועם כל מה שאתה צריך, רק הוא ידמעך. בבקשה ככה שלי, היי ריבונו של עולם, ככה שלי, בבקשה ככה שלי, בבקשה ככה שלי, היי ריבונו של עולם, ככה שלי. Yeah. All right, everything's closing. The phones are closing. Last chance to donate. כל העולם הוא גשר צר, והעיקר לא לפחד כלל, ומלמעלה הוא שומר, צר ואויב לא יתקרב. ואח וידע, ישראל זה עם אחד, ומלמעלה הוא שומר, שומר ישראל. היי, עם ישראל לא לפחד, השם אלוקיך הולך איתך. עם ישראל לא לפחד, השם אלוקינו שמך. עם ישראל לא לפחד, השם אלוקיך הולך איתך. עם ישראל לא לפחד, השם אלוקינו שמך. היי! כל העולם הוא גשר צר, והעיקר לא לפחד כלל, ומלמעלה הוא שומר, צר ואוהב לא יתקרח, ואח ויבגע, ישראל זה עם אחד, ומלמעלה הוא שומר, שומר שומר ישראל, עם ישראל לא לפחד, השם אלוקיך הולך איתך, עם ישראל לא לפחד, השם אלוקינו השם אחד, עם ישראל לא לפחד, השם אלוקיך הולך איתך, עם ישראל לא לפחד, השם אלוקינו השם אחד. Thank you very much.
Uri Davidi. Yeah, Yossi Greenswag. Am Yisrael lo lefached. Don't fear. Hashem Elokecha olech itcha. We have a special surprise guest with us here tonight, the Honorable Mayor of Lakewood,
Reb Menashe Miller.
There you go.
Thank you so much for having me to be here this evening. I must tell you, Lakewood Township, the municipality of Lakewood, owes Hatzolah a deep debt of gratitude. The amount that Hatzolah provides for Lakewood, the amount of calls it goes on, what it does for over 50% of the town, the mutual aid it provides, both for EMTs and paramedics, is unbelievable. I have to tell you that from my office alone, the amount of gratitude we have is immeasurable. Prior to coming here tonight, I went down to the township archives and actually pulled up from 1982, December 15th, 1982, the charter for Hatzolah of Life-Saving Program of Lakewood, that where Lakewood and Hatzolah went together in a cooperation agreement to provide mutual aid for Lakewood.
Wow.
This goes back to 82. Where were you in 1982? I was in second grade.
I don't want to say where I was.
And I was in second grade.
I wasn't in school yet.
I was injured when I was in second grade in here in Lakewood. And there was no Hatzolah. I remember sitting in the corner in the office. The secretary's office was in the Legion building on 6th Street in Forest. And then trying to reach my parents, this days before cell phones. And I were playing tag and someone closed the door. It was a glass door. My hand went through the door. Cut straight down on both sides. Hatzolah was not in existence yet. Wow. And I remember sitting in the office and blood dripping and holding my hand like that. And Hatzolah was desperately needed. They were trying to get hold of my parents, my mother, my father, and this and that. Hatzolah is a vital, vital component of Lakewood right now. We owe a deep debt of gratitude to Hatzolah, which is why I took out from my schedule to be able to be here tonight and share this with you and to your listeners
Thank
this evening.
Thank you so much. You know, you really experienced the lack of Hatzolah and then Hatzolah, so you know you really appreciate Hatzolah.
Absolutely, on both ends. And we're advocates for Hatzolah. When Hatzolah first started with the blue lights and now with the paramedics to have lights and sirens, Lakewood's no longer a sleepy town. Lakewood is a town that's vibrant, it's a city, and we need to be able to help out Hatzolah any which way that the municipality can help Hatzolah. We're here to help Hatzolah, whether it's orchestrating land for them to build additional garages south of the lake. This was done a couple of years back on Central and New Central. And it's important that Lakewood Municipality stands in solidarity with such a premier organization such as Hatzolah.
And I think it's amazing that Hatzolah, I mean, the GOP, I think was going on. Somebody said there's no discrimination between black and white. Hatzolah doesn't care what your background is. They don't care if you're religious, if you're not religious, what level, everything's going on. If you're calling them for an emergency, they're there. There's no discrimination whatsoever.
Absolutely, absolutely.
For the entire Lakewood municipality.
That is correct. That is correct. And Hatzolah does provide immeasurable mutual aid towards the Lakewood community, whether it's Jewish or not Jewish, anyone. For anyone that's necessary. With the Lakewood Dispatch, we'll reach out to Hatzolah when they need that additional help, or they need paramedics, they need the advanced life support. They'll reach out to Hatzolah.
You know, we can't thank on behalf of Hatzolah. We can't thank you enough for your support. I just want to tell our audience that we have a very, very special surprise.
That is correct.
From the mayor.
Surprise?
Yes, that's correct. Yes,
I didn't see anything.
Prior to coming here tonight, and Mati, if you could please bring it over here, I'd like to make a deal with the listeners and with the public that the next caller that calls in with an $1,800 donation to Hatzolah to help them with their equipment that they need, my office will donate to any shul, public institution of your choice that you want, My office will donate a defibrillator, have it installed, and have a member from Hatzolah come to your shul and teach your membership how to use this piece of equipment. So again, the next caller calling it to Hatzolah to donate to Hatzolah, we will go ahead and donate this to the shul or public institution of your choice and have your membership trained.
LakewoodHatzolah.com, 732-363-5600. This is a very, very generous offer. Last chance, unbelievable.
Please tell them you're calling about the defibrillator.
Yeah, the $1,800 donation and the mayor's office.
The mayor's office
will sponsor a defibrillator to a shul of your choice and have one
or
of
an
our
institution.
Institution.
And I can tell you that this is very important to have, a public institution. This is very important to have in Sterling Forest. Thanks to Rabbi Twersky. I know that they have one of these. And if somebody needs one in shul and you know how to use it, it's sometimes literally minutes. And it's relatively easy to learn how to use it, right, Rabbi Twersky? Relatively easy. And so having something like this in your shul, especially with growing shuls in Lakewood, 50, 100, 150, 200 members, this is a life-saving piece of equipment. And the mayor's office is kind enough to give us a special offer where if you call and mention that you're donating, how much was it?
$1,800.
$1,800. The mayor's office will donate this to the public institution or shul of your choice.
And have one of the top members come and train the entire shul how to use a defibrillator. This is just absolutely incredible.
Who's volunteering to teach?
Rabbi Twersky was voluntold.
Wow.
Voluntold. That's very good. That's very good.
The number to call is 732-363-5600. 732-363-5600. Mayor, let me ask you, what's new in Lakewood nowadays? What's going on in the municipality? What do I have to know? But I only moved there a year and a half ago, so I have to be thrown into things a little quickly.
There's a lot going on. Lakewood, we're proud of our growth. We're proud of Lakewood as a destination, as you've moved to Lakewood because you want to be in Lakewood location. People ask me all the time, is Lakewood a big city, a small city? And actually, it's a Mishnah in Masechtas Megillah. The Mishnah says, Ezi Ir Gedola, what's called a big city? And the Mishnah says, Kol sheyesh ba asara batlanim. Any city that has 10 people sitting and learning Torah makes that a big city. So Lakewood, we're lucky. We have a yeshiva, we have people learning Torah, we have pizza shops, we have stores, we have everything. You need it, you come to Lakewood, we have it.
Incredible, incredible. By the way, this is Ne'ilah Sachag, by the way. We're winding down already. It's Ne'ilah Mamish. And Ne'ilah, we gotta step up the campaign. We need you to call now.
What did they say? Tzedakah Tatzlami Mavas?
Tzedakah Tatzlami Mavas.
Like
That's right. That's right. We're asked by Ne'ilah for a good life. Now, if you donate for Hatzolah, we can help you have that life. 732-363-5600.
732-363-5600. Tell me, Mayor, have you have a chance to look through this book? I'm sure you got it in the mail because you're a Lakewood resident, right?
I have to be honest, I don't get the mail. I get lots of mail. My wife and kids get the mail, but I'm sure they've taken out in the auction.
Rabbi Waxman, next year I want you to hand deliver an auction booklet to the mayor.
When Rabbi Waxman comes to me, he's not coming for an auction booklet like this. He's coming for $100,000 for an ambulance. He doesn't come for this.
I want to know, seriously, if you had to browse through this,
yes.
Let's say you were a normal Lakewood resident,
what
and
we
you
usually
had a couple
do
dollars
when we get this, as the mayor, people will look at what I donated to personally and what I didn't donate to. What we usually do is turn to the special that says one prize and all, and that's what we usually give. And I have this philosophy: when kids knock on the door from my house selling raffles, whatever it is, no one gets turned away. Whether it's the boy collecting for the walkathon or the bikeathon or whatever it might be, someone comes over, we always try to give to whoever it is that's coming by.
So if you heard that, the mayor said he would go for the one ticket in every single prize. Because that's the smartest way to do it.
You can't go wrong.
You know, why put all your eggs in one basket? You can have them in 50 baskets.
Can I just tell you an amazing story I heard from Pesach Krona, the Gouda convention this year? Just an amazing story with Lakewood Hatzolah.
Please,
he said it's going to be in his upcoming book.
Are you allowed to say it then?
I'm allowed to say it. He gave me permission as long as I'm promoting his book as well. It's going to come out Hanukkah, buy his book. But anyways, I got to tell you the story. It's an amazing, amazing story with Hatzolah. It involves Chaverim as well. Somebody called Chaverim Erev Shavuos last year. And they asked Chaverim that they have a flat tire, if they could send someone over. They said, where are you? They said, we're in front of our house in our driveway. So Chaverim said, you want us to send Erev Yontiv someone to your house to change your tire? How dare you? You got to call after Yontiv. Like, why would you bother?
You're not on the side of the road.
Yeah, what's going on?
You're outside your house.
So the guy said to the dispatcher, you know why I'm calling you? I'm calling you because I'm a Lakewood Hatzolah member and I need my truck just in case, chas v'sholom, something happens. So the guy, the dispatcher, felt so bad that he wasn't down like he decided to go himself. He decided to go himself to the Hatzolah
Change
truck.
the tire.
2 hours before Yontiv. He got dirty under the car, changed the tire, and then came back 20 minutes before Yontiv, took a shower, came late to shul. That night, he was eating the Suda, Rabbi Isai, and his mother-in-law was by him for Yontiv, and his mother-in-law had a heart attack, and he called Hatzolah, and who do you think showed up the first? That truck that this guy went to fix. We never know. Just besides the point that it's v'nosnu, it's cyclical. You know, you think you're giving to somebody, and you end up receiving more than you're giving. But the fact is, Hatzolah is there for everybody. Hatzolah is there for you. We ask of you now to please be there for us. 732-363-5600, lakewoodhatzolah.com.
Mayor, I want to thank you very much. First of all, for your generous offer over here. Do we have anybody? Did we get a response from downstairs? I know it's hard to get from the office because they're so busy down there. The phones are ringing off the hook from what I hear. And they're taking orders. Maybe they took three $1,800 orders, and you're going to have to give out 3 of these.
It is my pleasure. As of now, we've already done 7 shuls in town that we've actually given to them. Some shuls called us up, and they said they've collected some of it. Can we try to go ahead and sponsor them 50-50? We're proud that we've gotten them into some shuls.
Wow.
Mati Twersky has been very helpful in training members. He's actually the one who recommended which units we actually purchase. These are the ones that are easy to use, so to speak. Hopefully, they'll never need to be used. They have the longest battery lifespan, and also they're interchangeable, so to speak, that when the Hatzolah member does come, they're very well versed in the system to be able to take the patient's scoop and go.
I've just been told that the phones are so busy, they're waiting for someone to find out what's going on.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I just want to give one message from the Director of Operations. Rabbi Twersky mentioned that sometimes people call Hatzolah by mistake. They call Hatzolah by mistake, and then when they realize it and someone picks up the phone, they quickly hang it up. And the dispatcher is panicking, trying to get back to the number because he doesn't know what happened.
And they're not picking up because
they feel guilty. If you call Hatzolah by mistake, make sure to take out your credit card and donate. No, I'm just kidding. If you call Hatzolah by mistake, then make sure to tell Hatzolah, wait on the line, and tell Hatzolah it was a mistake. Don't worry about it. Right now, make sure it's not a mistake. 732-363-5600.
Reverend Nasha.
The pleasure's been mine.
Thank you very much. It's my
Absolutely
pleasure.
So much. What an honor to meet you.
I've been here a year and a half. I finally got to meet the mayor. I had to come to Hatzolah to do it, but I did. When we get those last couple of calls in, we find out which shul is getting the defibrillator, where Rabbi Twersky we're sending in the next week or so. Please give your attention to Yossi Greenswag and David Gabe for a little bit more musical entertainment.
Oizer Yisroel begevuro, Yisroel, Yisroel, ay begevuro. Oizer Yisroel besiforo, Yisroel, Yisroel besiforo. Oizer Yisroel begevuro, Yisroel, Yisroel, ay begevuro. Oizer Yisroel besiforo, Yisroel, Yisroel besiforo. Oizer Yisroel begevuro, Yisroel begevuro. Oizer Yisroel besiforo. Oizer Yisroel begevuro, Yisroel begevuro. Oizer Yisroel besiforo. Oizer Yisroel begevuro, Yisroel begevuro. Oizer Yisroel besiforo. Ay, ay, ay. Oizer Yisroel begevuro, Yisroel begevuro. Oizer Yisroel besiforo. Oizer Yisroel begevuro. Hatzolah need you to be an oizer with your wallets tonight, guys. Let's go. Call in 732-363-5600. Here we go. We need your Ezra. Ay, oizer Yisroel begevuro. Yisroel, Yisroel, ay begevuro. Oizer Yisroel besiforo. Yisroel, Yisroel besiforo. Oizer Yisroel begevuro. Yisroel, Yisroel, ay begevuro. Oizer Yisroel besiforo. Yisroel, Yisroel besiforo. ze Israel begevuro, Israel begevuro, heute Israel bist die Foro. Ze Israel begevuro, Israel begevuro, heute Israel bist die Foro. Ze Israel begevuro, Israel begevuro, heute Israel bist die Foro. Ay 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 ay. Ze Israel begevuro, Israel begevuro, heute Israel bist die Foro. Geburo, Israel wie Geburo, heute Israel ist die Foro. Zer Israel wie Geburo, Israel wie Geburo, heute Israel ist die Foro. Give us some, Yasser, give us some. Ze Israel begevuro, Israel begevuro, heute Israel bist die Foro. Ze Israel begevuro, Israel begevuro, heute Israel. Keep those phone calls coming in, guys. Ze Israel begevuro, Israel begevuro, heute Israel bist die Foro. Ze Israel begevuro, Israel begevuro, heute Israel. Hashem Melech, Hashem Malach, Hashem Yimloch, Leolam Va'ed. Hashem Melech, Hashem Malach, Hashem Yimloch, Leolam Va'ed. Hashem Melech, Hashem Malach, Hashem Yimloch, Leolam Va'ed. Hashem Melech, Hashem Malach, Hashem Yimloch, לעולם ועד ההלל השם אלוקים וגדלנו בתודה הלל השם אלוקים וגדלנו בתודה י' וו' וה' השם אלוקינו השם אחד י' וו' השם אלוקינו השם אחד השם מלך השם מלך השם ימלוך לעולם ועד 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 www.lakewoodhatzolah.com, guys. It's not too late. We're winding down towards the end of the auction. We got a little bit more time. This is our lifeline. Brothers and sisters, this is our lifeline. Hatzolah, this is what it's all about, guys. Oh, Hashem Melech, Hashem Malach, Hashem Yimloch, Leolam Va'ed, Hashem Melech, Hashem Malach, Hashem Yimloch, Leolam Va'ed, Hashem Melech, Hashem Malach, Hashem Yimloch, Leolam Va'ed, Hashem Melech, Hashem השם ימלוך לעולם ועד.
David Gabe, Yossi Greenswag, amazing.
That was beautiful.
You know, if you know David or Yossi or Uri, and you've seen them perform throughout the year, I say give a donation in their honor, you know? Say, here's $100 for Yossi Greenswag just because I've enjoyed his music. Or here's $200 for David Gabe because I'm a Banquest member. Or Uri Davidi sang at my wedding or my sister's wedding, and you know what? Here's 20 times high. Yo, what do you think?
I think that's a great idea. By the way, Uri Davidi, we just found out he's from LA originally.
He is
and I
from
live
LA.
in LA, so there's a special connection right there.
Did you hear the secret that I heard about him?
No.
Rumor is he's working on an album. He's probably going to shoot me after this.
No way.
I might need Hatzolah, hopefully.
No way. Wow. He's got a beautiful voice.
He does.
Very beautiful
He
voice.
does.
And we
I
wanna-
never hear him daven in shul, but you know that's a different story.
Oh, okay. We have to speak to him about that. But they did it-
732-363-5600. 732-363-5600. You know, Yoel, I'm looking through this with you.
Yeah.
I actually didn't have time to look at one. I did get one in like the mayor's office. My children, my 3 girls, ran away with it as they do usually because they have to tell me what I'm supposed to put in for that's good for them. I'm looking at the camera right there, right at you. And I'm looking at this now, and you know, one thing they keep telling me, the doctors and people, you know, of our generation, you have to exercise more. You have to exercise more. What's wrong with you? Exercise more. I was at the doctor the other day complaining my back, and the doctor's like, do you ever get up and walk around? What do you do for a living? A graphic designer. You sit at a computer all day? Do you ever get up and walk around the block? I said, no. Why not? Why, yeah, I don't know. But the point is, this backyard fund package for $1,000 towards a new backyard play system. I mean, look at that. Wouldn't you spend hours on that in the backyard if you had that?
You know, not myself, but I would love to
come
entertain my kids. You know, Shabbos afternoon, long afternoon. What do you do with your kids? You got to schlep to the park. You have to entertain them inside the home. You have a backyard play system, professional, with a slide, rock climbing, with swings.
There's a lot going on there. I mean, you doing an inspirational video while doing some lift-ups or sitting on the wheel.
That would go viral. That would go viral, yeah.
So maybe we should
And you
talk
can play
about it.
tic-tac-toe while you're at it, too.
I also see 2 different packages here for shaitels. I'm wondering if they do men's hair pieces. I don't know if you've noticed, but my barbers start taking a little bit more off than usual. Oh, we have an $1,800.
Wow.
What was that? An $1,800 donor. We do have an $1,800 donor that we're going to donate that defibrillator from the mayor's office. We're going to get that information to you shortly. That's amazing.
That's amazing. It's incredible.
Okay, how about a $2,800 donor? Uri Davidi will come to your house and sing you to sleep for a week. No.
Yeah, or David. Either one of those 2 singers is professional,
David doing
talented.
Hamalach HaGoyel would be David.
Hamalach HaGoyel from his new album, Makol Tova. That would be amazing.
You'd probably just give me an album and say, here, just pop it in and pretend I'm there.
Yeah, and the lip.
Yeah.
No, he'll do more
FaceTime.
than that. But I think he's right. I think that's a great idea. Now that you have an $1,800 donation, we need somebody else. Last chance. 732-363-5600. Come on, guys. Last chance in the Elo Sachar.
Very, very last chance. 732-363-5600. Imagine you get there by Yom HaDin. Okay? You're coming up to Rosh Hashanah Yom Kippur, and you think to yourself, what could I have done better? What would have tipped the scales
love this guilt
in
trip.
my honor? And
there
you
we
think, $18, $36. It's like you say, if everybody living in Lakewood, if the thousands of people lived here, and every family gave $36, you're talking about thousands of people giving $36.
Yeah.
We would be able to raise close to $100,000.
That's right. Just a few people.
And that's just everybody. So if you can't give a large amount that you're financially unable, we understand. Give what you can.
That's right.
But call your neighbor, call your friends, call your family. Tell them, hey, Lakewood Hatzolah has a few minutes left. They're closing the phones. They're going to take that money. They're going to buy some much-needed equipment. They're going to help the entire Lakewood community and surrounding Toms River, Brick, and Jackson. Why not? Do something for yourself.
Even
Do something for your
$5,
community.
$10. You know, 36 is already. So some people might be a lot. $5 signal. Just pick up the phone, contribute, be part of this historic event. Be'ezra Hashem, we're going to announce the winners soon, and it's going to be great. Even if you don't win, it's still worth it. You're a winner anyways because you gave 732-363-5600.
That's right. The gifts are just there as an incentive. I'm sure you know your wife or you yourself entered many auctions. I know I do. You don't really think you're going to win. You hope you're going to win, but you don't really think you're going to win.
I know.
But you know that you're taking Meister money or you're taking money that you know is needed to...
I know. Can I tell you...
I happen to have moved to Lakewood. I went from a 3rd-floor apartment in Brooklyn okay, to a full-size house in Lakewood. This is something I would get, shades of relaxation. Enjoy the shade of your brand new awning with $1,000
Wow,
at Tri-State
that
Awning.
looks
I
good.
have a deck like this. I mean, not
Wow.
that's big, but I have a deck.
And can you
One
just-
thing I don't have is an awning. You know what happens
Right.
when it's raining?
Yeah.
Or even sukkahs. This year I put up my
Sukkahs,
sukkah.
yeah.
If it rained, I didn't have some makeshift schlock.
You had
I'm
this
good with,
professional
with computers and graphics. I don't know how to hook up a schlock. I was going to ask my neighbor, but everybody was putting theirs up. I said, forget about it.
Last chance,
Last
guys.
chance,
Last chance.
732-363-5600. 732-363-5600.
Talk about winning raffles. Yes, I got to tell you
Yes.
the cutest story. My son came home from school the other day, and he told me, he says, Tati, remember you told me the story about a guy who was embarrassed, and he had the power to ask from Hashem anything he wants if he doesn't answer? I told him that story. He says, somebody in the playground embarrassed me, and I decided not to answer, not to retaliate. And then he said, my Rebbe made a raffle in school afterwards, and I really wanted to win the prize. And I asked Hashem that I'm not going to answer if I win the prize of the raffle. And guess what? He says, Tati, I won the prize. It really, really works. Either way, it's just very cute. My son came home and he won this raffle. But either way, if you win or you don't win, please call now, 732-363-5600. The last chance. We're closing the auction. We're holding by the Shema Yisrael and Hashem Elokim of Ne'ilah. LakewoodHatzolah.com. Please call and visit our website and donate whatever you can, 5, 10, 36, 1,800, and even 5,000.
How big is your family, Abiel? How many people would you say are in your family?
In my family?
Yeah,
all together?
Your immediate family.
I have 3 boys.
3 boys.
Yeah.
You got to talk. I have 3 girls.
And by the way, we just found out that we have the same birthday. We
can
both
fix
wore.
the Lakewood shit of crisis.
That's amazing.
3 girls and 3 boys. This
amazing.
is something I know my wife would love. Number 16, shop till you drop. Spoil yourself with a shopping spree around town. $375
Wow.
at Estes, $250 at Polka Dot, $100 at Simi's Socks and Shells, $100 at Junie. My wife said Junie like every few weeks, I got to tell you.
Okay.
$100 at Brooklyn Southwest, $100 at Figgy's Cosmetics, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 50, 7, 8, 9. It's almost over $1,000 worth of clothing. Can you imagine for 3 girls and
For
1 lady?
$18, just $18 can get you that opportunity. And by the way, if you're a hardworking man or a hardworking woman, a mother, a father, a parent, whatever it is, look at for $10 you can get this cozy living, cozy up on your new couch. There's nothing like coming home after a hard day's work and just sprawling out on your couch and relaxing. You can get this brand new couch.
You also get a 1-year subscription to Yated.
And you get, wow. Now, there's nothing like a couch with a...
But he doesn't write for the Yated. He only writes for Ami. But still, Yated is a great publication to read while sitting on that couch.
That's great.
How about the up and away? I don't know about you. My kids are dying to go on an airplane.
Are they really?
My twins, my eldest twins were in an airplane when they were babies. My other daughter was never on an airplane. We're saving up points to go to L.A.
Oh, wow, I'd love to have
Yeah,
you.
but they're
Love to
telling me
have
it's
you.
like 90,000 points or something.
So what is this prize about?
Up
What do
and
you
away.
get?
Everyone needs a break. Enjoy your favorite destination. 2 round-trip tickets to anywhere in the continental U.S.
Wow.
2 tickets anywhere in the continent. Or stay at home and enjoy a $500 Visa gift card. $250 at PAX Unlimited, and up to $700 sponsored by friends of Hatzolah. Rabbi Yoel, if you can go anywhere in the continental United States.
I'll probably go skiing in Utah in the winter.
I thought you were going to say you want to come to visit Lakewood.
I'll probably go skiing in Utah in the winter. That would be
Utah.
really good. By the way, I just want to mention, Yossi's not going to mention this, but there is an option for $18 to move your business forward. And we will get you
I forgot about this.
Hatzolah's marketing director. Hatzolah's marketing director. Whatever you see in Hatzolah and the success of Hatzolah is a large degree due to because they have a very, very talented marketing director, Shmuley Rosenberg, company FWD NYC. It's a startup business package, $1,800 of services from FWD NYC. And I got to tell you, I have personal experience with them. It's not just what I see about Hatzolah. It's worth it if you have a startup business. And plus, you get included in there, you get from an unbelievable graphic designer. His name is Yossi Zweig.
I forgot you put this in. I totally forgot you put this in.
Who's Yossi Zweig? Yossi Zweig, right here, our very own. He's a graphic designer.
And what is this? What
package.
is this inspirational video by Rabbi Yoel? Where'd he go? Shmuley, you forgot to include the inspirational video by Rabbi Yoel.
We'll make a video
for your
about
organization or your husband's birthday. Rabbi Yoel will Maybe for $100,000.
Oh, wow. 732-363.
What are you flying them all to Israel to shoot the video?
732-363-5600.
732-363-5600. LakewoodHatzolah.com. Minutes away from closing, and then of course the fun begins. We will not call people live on the air. Baruch Hashem, we're not one of those auctions.
We're not going to wake up anybody in the middle of the night.
We're not going to wake up anybody in the middle of the night.
Okay, we'll let you sleep.
We'll have people downstairs do it, and we'll just announce the winners on the air. Of course, they should keep checking their mail for that. No, I'm joking. Packages. Let's discuss packages really quickly. The dispatcher, $54 buys you $75 worth in tickets. 54. That's almost double. Rabbi Yoel.
DMT is $100, buys you double, $200.
The paramedic, 180 buys 400. That's more than double.
Guys, the captain, $250, buys you $600.
And of course, the lifesaver, $500. Jesse's green swag. Get $500 out of your pocket right now. I want to see you get this on the air. 500 buys $1,250 worth of tickets.
And guys, if you can't
afford
afford
you can win your
that,
wife a new shaitel. You can win a trip. You want to go anywhere in the continental U.S. Come on. You want? I want one too. It says Big Deish, you can't use it. Anyway, 732-363-5600, LakewoodHatzolah.com. We're going to get a little bit more entertainment from my good friend Uri Davidi, who's working on his debut album. And of course, Yossi Greenzweig. Guys, give us a little inspiration music.
Yeah.
Yeah. Before this night is over, make sure you get your tickets to the Hatzolah auction. And sing along with me if you're not sleeping yet. Oh, 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 לכל זמן ועת, לכל זמן ועת, את לאהוב לשנוא את מלחמה, ויהיה שלום. לכל זמן ועת, לכל זמן ועת, את לאהוב לשנוא את מלחמה, ויהיה שלום. אבל הלילה זה, כולנו בשמחה, לילנו הלילה, ריקוד, כולנו בשמחה, לילנו הלילה, ריקוד באור, כולנו בשמחה, לילנו הלילה, There's a time for everything. Now is the time to donate money. Last chance to donate to Hatzolah. לכל זמן ועת, לכל זמן ועת, את לאהוב לשנוא את מלחמה, ויהיה שלום. לכל זמן ועת, לכל זמן ועת, את לאהוב לשנוא את מלחמה, ויהיה שלום. כולנו בשמחה, לילנו הלילה, תיקון באור, כולנו בשמחה, לילנו הלילה, תיקון, כולנו בשמחה, לילנו הלילה, תיקון. La 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 לכל זמן ועת, לכל זמן ועת, את לאהוב ואת לשנוא את מלחמה, ויהיה שלום. אבל הלילה זה, אבל הלילה זה, כולנו בשמחה, לנו הלילה, את ריקוד, כולנו בשמחה, לנו הלילה, את ריקוד ועוד, כולנו בשמחה, לנו הלילה, את ריקוד, כולנו בשמחה, לנו הלילה, את ריקוד ועוד. Yossi Green Fly. In the melech noise, pero koyil, keep a loyin, el berro koya. Shake it out, lisi shu, we're on kilo, loye male, hey, give a loyin, el berro koya. Shake it out, lisi shu, we're on kilo, loye male. Look at Mali, 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 look at Mali Shake it out, shake it out, shake it out. He sees you, oh, it all kilo. Look at Mali. 1, 2, 3, 4. Look at Mali, 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 look at Mali Before we end, I hear this is the end. I hear this is the end. Quickly, quickly put in your. We are a miracle. We are a miracle. We threw it all, we remain. Who can explain? We are a miracle. We are a miracle. We are. We are a miracle. We threw it all, we remain. to Hatzolah. And thank you for making miracles every single day. Thank you very much.
Woo! Uri!
Uri!
Wow.
Uri!
Uri!
Excellent, excellent.
Amazing. Great job. Uri Davidi, Yossi Greenswag. Yossi, I wish I could see you on Shabbos because I know me and Uri are going to have a long discussion about this. Yaakov Shwekey's We Are a Miracle, and we are. Every one of you is a miracle, especially the members in this room. I just told them all. Did you see what I told them? I shook their hand. I said, you won, and you won. Because they're winners. This is what they do for...
That's right, yeah.
How accomplished can you feel if you have a full-time job, and you're a parent, and you're a Hatzolah member?
It's unbelievable.
Think
it's
about
really
it.
Unbelievable. Yeah, it's really unbelievable.
Truly inspiring.
Yeah. And don't forget, LakewoodHatzolah.com, 732-363-5600. The phone calls are coming in. The donations are coming in. We ask you, if you didn't pick up a phone yet, please pick up a phone now to support Hatzolah. Help us help you.
I got to tell you, I went downstairs now by the break. I couldn't get over the amount of it was literally, there weren't enough people to pick up enough lines.
To man the phones, yeah.
To man the phones that I think we're going to keep them open a little longer. I know everyone says, it's an auction. They're probably going to tell people that. No, they really are keeping it open a little longer. The phones are literally ringing off the hook. What can I say? A lot of people were putting their kids to bed earlier, and we're cooking supper. We're eating supper, coming home from work. You need time to relax. But starting from, I would say, 8, 9 o'clock and on, we're what, 10:45? Right? You have LA time.
I have LA time. Don't
Come
look at my watch.
on.
Yeah, don't look at my watch.
This is how you know he's a Jew and he has to call his wife. He has LA time.
And by the way, talk about calling your wife.
Yes.
They said that most people who pick prizes, most men are choosing prizes like wigs and diamonds for their wives.
And I believe that.
Isn't that amazing?
That's something that I would do.
I can't
tell you the number of times I entered for linen or China set that I know my wife wanted.
Yeah.
Just know that happened chance that you might get that. Now, last chance is coming up. You got last chances. I don't know about you, y'all. You have boys, so building blocks is something I think your kids would go for.
They would
My
go for it,
girls love building blocks.
Absolutely, especially the building blocks have Hatzolah in it, the Beis Medrash in it, and the Shomerim. It's like all Jewish.
These are Jewish building blocks.
Yeah,
they're called binyan.
All Jewish things. I got to tell you, I came here with American Airlines just now, this morning.
I'm sorry.
I'll tell you why I fly American Airlines, because I had a story. My cousin, his name is Frank Mendel. He's an ex-criminal lawyer. He was a lawyer for many years, and now he does business. And he was on an American Airlines flight this past December. And he was sitting next to his partner. His name is Chaim Kaufman from Borough Park. And as they're pulling out of the gate, you got to listen to this incredible story. They're pulling out of the gate, and the pilot gets onto the intercom and says, everybody please turn off all of your electronic devices, including your cell phones.
Beepers.
Or laptops or beepers, 1995. And Chaim turns to Frank and says, Frank, I got to make this really, really important call. And Frank says, the pilot said, you can't make a phone call anymore. He says, no, I really have to make this call. And he puts his hand in his pocket to reach for his phone. And he lets out this shriek. He says, oh no! What happened?
Forgot his phone.
Forgot his phone at the charging station by the gate. Now they're going to these business meetings. He has an entire schedule, all of his contacts, everything on, his whole life is on that phone.
And nowadays you probably have your credit card and bank information.
And everything is on
well.
there. So there's a flight attendant that was walking by. His name is Steve Cooley. He grabs his...
How do you know the flight attendant's name?
I'll tell you how.
Okay.
Everything is true that I'm saying. He grabs his sleeve and he says to Steve, he says, Mister, could you please help me? I need that phone. I know I can't get it back in because the plane is moving, but maybe you can call the gate and tell someone at the gate to put it into Lost and Found. So when I come back to Newark for my trip, I'll go to Lost and Found. So the flight attendant says, hang in there 1 second. He goes to the front of the plane. He disappears he goes into the cockpit.
Cockpit area, right.
And he comes out 5 minutes later, and he has Chaim's phone and charger in his hand, and he hands it to Chaim.
How did that happen?
Chaim says, how did this happen? How did you get it? The plane is moving. So he says, well, I went to the pilot. I told him we have a passenger that forgot his phone at the charging station by the gate. And the pilot was in touch with a tower, and the tower contacted the gate, and there was a janitor there cleaning up, and told the janitor, we need you to go to the charging station, grab the phone and the charger, run out onto the tarmac. There's a flight 1509 that just pulled out of the gate. We need you to get it back onto that flight.
I thought you were going to tell me there's this
1
weird
second, the
delivery
guy grabs the phone, he runs out onto the tarmac. He sees the plane pulling out. It's still, it's still within eye distance. He sees 1509 and he notices there's a truck with a scissor lift. I don't know if you know one of those trucks that it lifts
up
to
and
put
down,
all
right.
the food
luggage,
onto the plane.
Food, luggage.
So he goes to the driver. He says, look, I have this phone. The pilot needs this phone. Could you drive over there and pick up the scissor lift? And he gets onto the scissor lift. Incredible thing. And they ask me why I'm flying American Airlines. He gets up to the scissor lift, and the pilot, they pull up to the plane, and they're driving together like alongside the plane, and the pilot sees them, and he's waving, the janitor's waving the phone with a charger. And you never knew this, but the cockpit window can open. Did you know this?
I did
the
not.
pilot opens the cockpit window, and the guy throws the phone in, right? And he gives it to Steve Cooley. He gives it to Chaim Kaufman. So
I'm never going anywhere near a cockpit again.
yeah, American Airlines. 1 second.
Especially in the middle of a flight.
So Frank tells him, he says, wow, this is amazing. He says, who are you about to call? Do you realize if you wouldn't have wanted to make that call, you never would have reached your hand in your pocket. You never would have
Found your phone,
remembered
right.
that you left your phone there until it's too late.
So who is he going to call?
Who are you about to call? Chaim says, I have an elderly mother. She lives on her own, and I call her every night to say goodnight. And tonight I forgot to call her, so I just wanted to take the phone and call my mother to wish her a good night. So what's the lesson of the story? Always fly American Airlines. Don't forget your phone, and don't forget to call your mother. But the real lesson of the story, I was thinking like this, is that if you count how many people are involved in doing the seemingly impossible, it's 5 people. You have the flight attendant, the pilot, the janitor,
the
tower, the truck driver. 5 people working together doing the impossible. I was remembering a pasuk in Parashat Bechukosai. Chamisha mikem meyo yirdoifu. 5 people will be able to chase away 100 in times of prosperity and times of peace, right? If we work together, we can do the impossible. And that's what we ask you tonight. Everybody together. We cannot do this without everyone together. We need everybody together to work together, to call the phones, to contribute, whether it's $5, whether it's $10, $36, or even $1.
We don't expect you to rent a truck and then lift and go into a cockpit, but we do expect you to pick up the phone, dial, 7 numbers, or to go to your computer or your phone.
LakewoodHatzolah.com.
I believe Lakewood Hatzolah website is on the approved list for the kosher phone and internet websites. Shmuley, if you have a kosher phone, is Lakewood Hatzolah's website on the approved list of websites to visit? Probably. Definitely it is. Take your kosher phone out. It has Ashgach on the back instead of an iPhone thing. Type in LakewoodHatzolah.com. Get your package. Know you donated your money. Know you helped the cause. Know you are part of a movement that helped this local community.
It's really a movement. It's really what it is, Yossi. And right now we're getting feedback.
I also
right
have a story about American Airlines.
I want to hear. I want to hear right now.
I'm not. You don't want to hear this.
We have feedback right now coming in from the offices that the phones are completely, they're being bombarded with phone calls and online, the internet donations. If you haven't yet called or made a donation, call now. 732-363-5600. We need every single dollar, and the money does not go to pay salaries for members. They're all selfless, completely committed to the cause of saving lives.
They're all volunteers.
They're all volunteers, that's it. It goes to really upgrade the equipment and really to make sure that we're prepared to save anyone, chas v'shalom.
Have you looked at this little diagram here?
No, I have not.
1.3 million yearly operating costs. Okay, that's that. A Life Pack 12, $10,000.
Wow.
There's only 64 members servicing the greater Lakewood area. How many calls were received this year? 7,046 calls.
Wow.
7,046 calls. There are 20 dispatchers, one of whom you got to meet here tonight.
That's right.
2 minutes response time. And Lakewood is very wide. I can tell you sometimes when I'm driving down Route 9, it can take me 25 minutes to get from one side to the next if it's a busy time of day. If it's when it's Benes Durham, if it's between a Seder in the morning or after when they're going to morning Seder, it can be terrible to drive on the
so
Route
how do
9.
they respond?
Because they're Hatzolah. They know all the routes. They know everything about it.
Amazing. Amazing.
The cost of each ambulance is $190,000. It's $190,000. Because of the influx of calls, we're going to keep the lines open for 10 more minutes. 10 more minutes. We're going to keep going, and we'll try to see. Oh, that's what we're going to do? Okay. I just got an update from the producer right now. Originally, we were going to pick winners right here on the air. We were not going to call, we were going to pick winners. But because of the amount of phone calls we're getting, Hatzolah does not want to miss out on helping you help them. We will not shut the phone lines down until they stop ringing, which means that once the phone lines stop ringing, Hatzolah will start making calls to the winners. The winners will start receiving their prizes, and there will be a press release tomorrow on the LakewoodScoop.com with a list of all the winners and the prizes that they have won. So If you're waiting up to see if you get that call, keep waiting. We will not mention your name on air tonight because we're going to use all this time to talk to you, go through the book, show you everything you can win. But we thank you for your support. Tiskala mitzvahs, toda rabbah. Keep on calling. If you can't get through, keep calling. If you can't get through and you don't want to stay on the phone, go to the internet. How simple can it be to click a couple boxes, put in your credit card information? I promise you the server is very secure. Don't worry about any of your information getting out.
You know, I got to tell you one thing. The response has been so overwhelming. You know, it reminds me, I was learning in Kollel now in L.A.
You were learning in Kollel?
I was learning in the Kollel. Yeah.
L.A. has Kollel?
Listen, you know, you think Lakewood is the only town? Come on.
I know you were here before.
We have a very...
Wait, you were living in Lakewood when?
I learned in Lakewood 15 years ago.
But you did not live in Lakewood?
I did not live in Lakewood.
Why would you go away from Lakewood? What is wrong with you?
Look, my wife is from L.A., and, you know, Alkein Yazav Ishas.
He was doing Kiruv in Los Angeles.
V'dovak be'ishtoi. You know, you got to follow... Anyways, so, and by the way, Shmuley was, the producer was my chavrusa, another reason why.
Really?
Anyways, I got to tell you the story. So I was in the Beis Medrash there, and we have people from all over the world coming to LA to raise money, to raise funds. And a lot of times people come over to people like me who are residents of LA, and they're trying to find out who's the balabas with the money, who could they go to, and what's their name. So I had a guy come over to me, and he asks me a certain name, says, do you know who this balabas is? And I looked at him, and I recognized his face. I said, you know that we met before? And he looked at me, I looked at him, and all of a sudden it clicked. 8 years earlier, my wife and I, we lived in Ramat Eshkol after we got married 5 years, and he came to my door in Ramat Eshkol. He came to my door in Ramat Eshkol, and I still remembered what he was collecting for.
Really?
I remembered the check, the amount I wrote, I gave him. Those are the good old days. My shver supported me. I still had, you know, it wasn't hard to write out a big check. And I remembered everything, and he remembered me. He remembered me. And unfortunately, he didn't have, at the time, 17 years without children. He was fundraising for fertility treatments. And I said, so how's it going? He said, I'll be honest with you. I had a little baby girl 2 years ago.
Oh, mazel tov.
I said, mazel tov. I said, so tell me the story. He says, yeah, it's an amazing story. He says, after so many years of not having children, I went to Rav Steinman, and I was so fed up, and I asked Rav Steinman not for a bracha, I asked him for a haftacha. I wanted Rav Steinman to promise me that I'm going to have a child. I couldn't take it anymore.
I think it's chutzpah.
So, you know, he was very, very bitter.
No,
and he was very tzbrach. And so Rav Steinman told him the following. He says, when you stop being self-absorbed and you start collecting not for yourself, but for other people in the same situation, you will have a child. He ran out of there. He called up a local organization like Bnei Olam, something that, you know, fundraises for fertility treatments. He started collecting money for other people. And within 9 months, he had a little girl. I said, so what are you doing here?
He's collecting for other people.
He said, when I realized the power of giving to others, I committed myself that once a year I will travel abroad and I will continue giving money to help other people.
Amazing.
So even if you think that you'll never need Hatzolah, and you should never need Hatzolah, but give money to help other people, it's the greatest bracha. And of course, there's also an option to win, Matan Schar B'tzida, but that's not why you're giving Be'ezer Hashem. You're giving because you want to.
If you win money, you should definitely donate it right back to Hatzolah.
Right, or give it to me, whatever it is. But please, we want you to pick up a phone, 732-36.
That's not very inspiring.
363-5600 or lakewoodhatzolah.com. And
I don't know. I think if you win, you should definitely give your Meiser right back to Hatzolah. There was another person that did that recently, wasn't there? And it's a smart thing to do. Yeah, there was another organization. You heard about this?
I know, you got to hear about this
I get
right
to tell you an inspiring story. There was an organization that had a Chinese auction, and they called up a person, and he won, Shmuley, $10,000? $10,000. And the host of the auction was saying, hey, you got to give your Meiser to give your Meiser. And he said, you know what? Fine, I'll give it. They called him up 20 minutes later. His wife won a sheitel.
What?
Same auction.
2 prizes.
2 prizes.
Does that happen? What are the chances of that happening? It's amazing. You can win 2 prizes.
Is that even legal? You can legally win more than 1 prize? Only if you, okay, well, Visa gift card. The sky's the limit with a $1,000 Visa gift card.
So what happened?
How much is Meiser on $1,000? $100? $200.
So did he give Meiser?
Meiser by you is 20%, not 10%? Okay.
Did you give Meiser from the sheitel? Did he
give, for Hatzolah, okay, fine.
Did he give Meiser from the sheitel? Like,
I don't know. Shmuley, did he give Meiser? They cut off an inch and gave it back, or what? Oh, yeah. Not so simple today.
That's not so simple, yeah.
Now, this I thought was a very cool thing. Stock up. Stock up your fridge, freezer, and pantry with $1,000 at FoodX. $1,000 in groceries is a lot. Not only that, you get a brand new 21 cubic foot freezer.
Yeah.
Can you imagine what your wife would do with that? She can cook for an entire Yontif before Yontif, put it in the freezer and get ready to go.
It's an amazing thing.
Okay, a few minutes left, literally a few minutes left. I'm not lying. We're going to shut this broadcast down. I do want to read the list of thank yous, I think, Shmuley. We should probably do that, no? Yoel's going to read the first one because he has a good connection.
Oh, Rabbi Waxman. We had an interview with him, a very successful interview.
And I had the pleasure of meeting him
He's a man
Sunday night.
I admire greatly, Rabbi Waxman. He spends day and night ensuring Hatzolah has all they need to continue their life-saving work. A director of development and responsible for Hatzolah's $1.5 million budget. How do you raise so much money, Rabbi Waxman? And the ever-growing expansion needed for the infrastructure to support Lakewood's growing community. The success of this campaign and the merit of every life Hatzolah saves is all thank you to Rabbi Avraham Waxman.
We'd also like to thank Mrs. Chedva Hershkowitz of CH Productions, the coordinator of tonight's event and the auction. Her selfless dedication to Hatzolah is what made this event the success that it is and will continue to be.
And of course, we cannot take for granted the people behind the scenes.
Definitely not.
Staff that made tonight a huge success. Mrs. Girardi, our patient and devoted secretary, and the entire Girardi family. Mrs. Ellen Bogan, coordinator of Hatzolah's medical director and special events. Mrs. Batya Zohar, for tirelessly entering all the web orders. And Yaakov Stefanski and the crew for all the live advertisements, driving the rig all over town for the past 3 weeks.
We also want to thank the woman who took ticket orders, Mrs. Chaya Sora Ungarischer, Mrs. Blimi Mashinsky, and Mrs. Callie Katz.
And Shalom Hirsch of SMY Consulting for constantly overseeing all the technical details of Hatzolah.
There are a lot of technical details, aren't there?
Yeah. All the technical details of Hatzolah operation. Rabbi Twersky.
Rabbi Twersky, who's here right now.
I got to tell you, he is a man behind the scenes. He does not like to be noticed.
He is Hatzolah's administrator.
Hatzolah's administrator for always making sure everything Hatzolah does is perfect.
And of course, our producer this evening, the one and only Shmuley Rosenberg.
My very good friend, Shmuley Rosenberg.
Shmuley Rosenberg. Woo! Shmuley. Shmuley of Forward NYC and staff and Sam and everybody else
and
who
everybody
works.
else.
And who? And Chevy.
Chevy and Sam and and Molly and the entire
Forward NYC staff.
/ NYC. And the new baby.
And Mazel Tov to Molly.
Mazel tov.
Molly, did you enter to win a package for prizes for your baby for a jungle gym or something?
For producing and running this entire campaign.
Yoel, I'm going to thank the Lakewood community because I'm a Lakewooder, and then I'll let you do closing remarks,
go ahead.
okay?
Go ahead.
Closing remarks is all everyone remembers anyways. We would like to thank the Lakewood community for all of their continued support. We would like to thank all those who tuned in tonight, whether by phone line, whether by radio, or whether by internet. Thank you for watching. Thank you for your continued support. We're going to keep the lines open for a little while longer. Once the lines stop, we will pick winners. The winners will be called. And, of course, the press release will go up on Lakewood Scoop tomorrow. So thank you to everybody. Tiskel and Mitzvahs. Rabbi Yoel, closing remarks.
My closing remarks is that we forgot to really thank one person, and that is Yossi Zweig for doing a wonderful job hosting tonight. He is lovable, talented, and personable. And, of course, Yoeli Gold we should thank also
Yoeli's
for
a little
co-hosting
bit
the
jet
event.
lagged from his flight, so he doesn't know what he's saying.
Yeah, look up for his next video. Thank you. Really, I just want to thank the Lakewood community for not taking Hatzolah for granted. We don't take you for granted. We will never take you for granted. We will be there for you 24/7. And tonight was a testimony to your dedication and your commitment to Hatzolah. We thank you from the bottom of our hearts for responding so warmly and generously, really.
Genuinely, too.
Genuinely and generously. Yes. We thank you for your support, and we hope you never need us, but in case you do, we'll be there.
And, of course, thanks to Yossi Greenzweig, Uri Davidi, David Gabay, some of our performers here tonight.
Excellent.
You can see them at any given night at weddings across town. Shkayat to Rabbi Yoel Gold. You can check out his videos, inspirationclips.com.
Thank you.
I'm sure next time I'm in LA, we'll make something together. No, I'm good, Shmuley. Thank you very much, everybody. Have a good night, a good Erev Shabbos. Have an easy fast. And remember, LakewoodHatzolah.com.
732.
When you need them. 732-363-5600. 732-363-5600. Hatzlacha Rabba. Shkayach. Yeah.